Good evening, friends. Vivek, Karthik, Simran, Syed, Vedashree, Tehseen, good evening. Roji, Akhil, Akshita, Tharan. I'm fine, Simran. How about you? Happy evening, Priyanka. Good. Good evening, Tarun. So, hi, hello, namaste. Welcome to you all for the class of Ethics, Integrity, and Aptitude. Before we start today's topic, have you gone through the previous session's topics? Do you have any doubts before we begin today's journey? Any doubts, issues, concerns from the previous sessions, please? So ethics is interesting as per and as well as it is understandable actually. Okay, that's good to know, Taran. So Karthik has no doubts. Any others by mistake did you try to read something and then you got any doubt or something? So Syed wants to know the concept of veil of ignorance. In simple, whenever we have taking a decision, like as we discussed, we should be able to look at the incident as an outsider when in some incidents is happening, and we should not give priority to which caste we belong to, which religion we belong to, which region we belong to. And as an outsider we need to look, and we need to forget to which caste, region, religion that we belong to, and try to understand the situation and then make a decision. So this will help us to take objective and impartial decision. So veil of ignorance is a concept that says that we have to have ignorance about our identity. When we say our identity, like it may be what color we are, what caste that we belong to, what abilities we have, what skills we have. Everything is a form of our identity. We should be able to forget our identity. Then we can understand the situation in a better way. As I given the example, if a river water dispute relate between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, like Kaveri, we need to decide actually what should be the course of flow and everything, how much of water actually, what is the quantity of water that Karnataka has to release to the Tamil Nadu or should not obstruct any of this decision. If I belong to Karnataka or I may belong to Tamil Nadu, I have to forget that which state I belong to in that context. Because the moment I know that I'm from Karnataka or I'm Tamil Nadu, I may be biased. So in that context, I have to forget that I belong to a particular state. If there is a cricket, if I'm an umpire in a cricket match between, like, suppose India and Australia, if I belong to any one of this country, I have to forget which country I should belongs to. Look at the match as it is. Normally, as an Indian cricket fans, we watch as Indians. Then we'll normally, the way we understand cricket is different. But as an umpire, which country I belong to, I have to forget, or I have to forget. This is like, it's a thought process, and then it helps us to take the decision with objectivity, that is, with facts and evidences, and without any biases. Yes, friends. Any other doubts from the previous class? You can ask in the normal comment section. You no need to go to doubt section and type it. Just type it in the normal comment section, and I will answer. Yes, any other doubts? Those who have joined, did you go through the previous topics? Sir, should we have to remember the 11 O's of Mahatma Gandhi ji because they are difficult to remember? First question. Do we have to remember? Yes, it is advisable to remember so that you can use it wherever it is appropriate. It is difficult to remember, maybe for a common person, not for a civil service aspirant, because compared to the things that you have to remember, whatever that you have to, this actually is very very little. And you no need to remember order and all. Okay, there are 11 promises which says that, okay, there is a truth. Okay, satya is there, we have to be truthful. Brahmacharya is there, astaya is there, aparigraha is there, and generally sharira shrama is there, at least 1 hour of physical labor we need to do. And okay, somewhere swadeshi, local economy. When the question comes, topic comes, somewhere you are talking about local economy or something in economics or something, you can also quote. This is also mentioned in one of the promises. It is a part of 11 promises of a concept associated with Mahatma Gandhi ji. So in that way, if you know a broader idea what are all there, when the question comes, you should be able to recall. Like what is untouchability? You are talking about untouchability. Then you can talk about Sparsha Bhavana, like which is opposite of untouchability. In that way, you have to remember. How to include quotes in? We'll practice some questions, Saran, then we'll understand. Like in simple, suppose you know some quote about conscience. If any general question on conscience, see whether it is suitable if I introduce in the introduction. You can write a quote in the introduction. You can write a quote in the body of the answer. You can use the quote in the conclusion. You should know the quotes and see where to use it. We will discuss some questions, then you will get clarity. Yesterday we have told actually, like Abdul Kalam this quote actually, we can use in most of the conclusions. If a quote on integrity, so if any question on integrity, start with that quote. Sir, my optional is socio, will it help? Just you have to study ethics because it is part of GS. It may or may not help actually. In fact, the every knowledge that whatever you study in the Indian society, polity, economy, they're all interrelated. No matter which subject, it can be, especially which are part of GS, they're all interconnected. Yes, any general doubts you have, this is the right time. Once we go into the topic, let's we stick to the specific related to the topic. Samiksha ji, why are you late? Okay. Yes, Vedashri. Which book is best for ethics? One students want to know. There is no best book actually. So any book that you study, see, finally you should understand the syllabus. Just give the clarity, to give you the clarity. So I will read some book actually, and I have to get to 250. If somebody is thinking this answer is not for Muskan, generally not just for you. If some of you thinking that I will just read one book or I will attend one class, I should be able to answer all the question. No. In simple, we need to understand the syllabus. Where do we understand? It's up to us. Like suppose we discuss so many topics. We have discussed conscience. After that, you are curious to know more about. Search in the internet in simple. Or if you want to refer to one book, actually, like there are many books are available in the market, you can refer to it. And we have our institute have given the material like G Subbarao sir, you can also refer. But if you still want one very good book, actually, that is a book by DK Balaji. If you just type DK Balaji, Ethics by DK Balaji, you will get the book actually. In Flipkart, Amazon, everywhere you will get it. So he is an IAS officer, and whatever he as a part of his preparation, he has made notes, and that he made it into a book with some more value additions. Shobit, yes, your messages are reaching to me. Have you given any message actually earlier? If actually any specific message, uh, have got this message that is my messages are reaching to you. If you have any question, please ask Shobit. Srimant, okay, we have Srimant also. Srimant is that means that rich actually. And if you are a rich, what kind of rich person you are, Srimant? Some say we have to write very rosy answer in ethics. Is it true? You no need to write rosy answer. You have to write the answer that is relevant to the question and in a simple English. Not necessary to write the so-called rosy answer, whether in ethics, essay, or anywhere. Whatever is asked, we should answer. No, like as a part of our material distribution, we have given the G. Subbarao sir material, and you can also refer to that, or you can also refer to this book. Can you please let me know now annotations are downloaded properly or not? Okay, that we'll check with the team and team will answer. Sir, can you give an example of Kant's categorical imperative act in such a way that you treat humanity as an end and never merely as a means? So here what we should not do, like for example, as I told you, suppose I am running some hotel, okay, and in order to increase the taste of my products, actually the food products, I am using tasty powder. And as an individual, I know that the long term consumption of this tasty powder may have a negative health impact on my customer, but I'm not bothered about their health. As long as tasty powder I'm using and it is tasty, customers are coming and I'm using. Here, what I'm doing is actually I am using the human beings, that is customer, only as a means to achieve my profit. It should not be done. The Immanuel Kant says that it should not do. What is it? As a, for example, if I'm running a hotel, I have to give the best possible food, keeping their health also in the mind. If I use the tasty powder knowing that this tasty powder cause health problems, that is against the Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative of means and end. Okay, hope you have understood, Shaimil. Samiksha, because today I went to the field project, that's why you came late. Okay, so towards the end, you may try to explain us what is this field project and also that others also will learn. Sanjay, Shubhodaya, Chandrasekhar Avare. So in your book, there is too much to study. Should we? So in the material that we provided, don't study from page 1 to page last. Please go through our class notes. Only for any topic you need that extra information, only it has to be studied. Use that book as a reference book. Okay, friends. Let's we come to the today's topic. A small recap of what we studied yesterday. We have understood the concept of thinkers and philosophers. We have studied Gandhiji's talisman. We have studied the Mahatma Gandhiji's concept of talisman, which says that whenever we are in a dilemma, we need to recall the poorest or the weakest person that we have seen in our life. It creates empathy, and this empathy creates a desire to help that lead to the compassion. The simple version of this. We have discussed about the Max Weber bureaucracy model. Okay, with the U is also there. Bureaucracy model, which says that as a civil servants, we should have undiluted attachment with the law of the land. We have to follow all the laws, rules, and regulation very strictly. We have discussed the Aristotle golden mean, which says that when we take a decision, we have to find a moderate position between the two extremes, and we will be acting morally. We discussed about the Saint Thomas Aquinas cardinal virtues, which talks about prudence. Do you remember another one? Courage. Then we have a temperance and then the justice. We also discussed about the few other concepts related to this. Hope you can able to recall few more concepts. One is of course Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, correct? Any other can you recall? We have discussed some quotes related to APJ Abdul Kalam, Gautama Buddha, and others. Mahatma Gandhiji's only other concepts we have discussed along with talisman, like seven social sins, 11 promises, etc., etc. A quote of Abraham Lincoln we have discussed. Sir, from 29, I have my first semester exam. How to prepare for exam with preparation, because whole year I didn't study for the examination. How to prepare for the exam? So your graduation exam, you have to decide how to prepare for our UPSC exam. That I will tell in the end of the session. That is on the 15th session. I have written the answer given by you, and you have also sent them to. Okay, you have and have sent them to Byju's ID. They have not been checked yet actually. Okay, it will be updated soon, Samiksha. So like this we have discussed. Now let us start with the today's topic: ethical dilemma. What do you understand by the word ethical dilemma? Have you ever faced ethical dilemma in your life? Can you think of a definition of ethical dilemma? And can you think of some examples that in your life are some general observation about ethical dilemma? So what is ethical dilemma? Think about it. So both choices seems to be right according to Muskan. That's an ethical dilemma. Choosing the optional in the UPSC is not ethical dilemma, Vivek. It's a dilemma. All the dilemmas are not ethical dilemma. It is just pure logical decision that you have to take. It is not actually ethical dilemma. That's why it is good to tell so that we can differentiate. Yad bhavam tad bhavati. That is not ethical dilemma. Taking bribe to help can be an ethical dilemma. That we need more explanation. For now, it may or may not be ethical dilemma. Confused mind, whether have to accept the bribe or save the family by the threatened calls, may be an ethical dilemma. Sir, if our family related person involved in the wrong activities and we are in the higher authority, then we don't have ethical dilemma exactly. Um, but actually, there is some concept called as conflicts of interest. That is also a part of our syllabus that we'll be discussing. For now, we'll keep that pending. Choosing to go to home for medical emergency or to stay back at work. That can be an ethical dilemma, especially if you're a government employee and or in general you are have to take a decision which has a great impact on the society. The accident example which you gave yesterday can be an ethical dilemma, correct? Confusion arises while making the decision whether it will be good or bad. Want to choose both the decisions are ethical. No, we discussed earlier, it came to you late, I think. Okay, Ravi. Hmm. Arrest of my own spouse. That may be ethical dilemma. Blessings. Hope that we don't get that situation in the real life. Critical situation to take any decision, it may be created difficult. Okay. Conflict between the two or more values. Once a poor person's child happened to break the side view mirror of our neighbor and he asked me whether you saw or not, I had to say no. That can be an ethical dilemma. Lost in own imagination might be ethical dilemma. Not necessary. People here hate their spouse, it seems. Ha ha. Yes, maybe Vedashree. Yes, let's we understand this, friends. Okay. Now, stop writing. Listen to this class. Then I will take any doubts that you have. See, listen to these examples. Only then you can answer. Imagine a situation. We'll go back to the 2019 and 20 time. The 20 beginning of 2020, we are experiencing the COVID-19. The first wave of COVID-19 was there. We have seen some rules which were not like we have experienced in our lifetime at least. One such was actually the restrictions on the interstate movement of the common people or the passengers. Imagine there is a state A, which is known for more corona cases, high intensity of the corona cases. There is a state B. I am one of the common public servant who belong to the state B. I have given an instruction that I have to make sure that we are not allowing the people who are coming from the state A to enter into the state B. That is my duty. So we are at the checkpost, the border actually. Sometimes transportation of goods is allowed because goods are required, vegetables and other things. But people should not be allowed. They're supposed to stay at home, and especially interstate movement and all is not allowed. Very less public transportation was allowed, was there actually. And this situation, imagine. Now I am an employee belong to the state B. There are five people from the state A. They are coming and they are standing here at the checkpost. Now see this. So I am at the checkpost. There are five members are here actually. So and they're requesting, sir, please allow us to enter inside the state B. We are living in, just hypothetically, suppose in Mumbai, some construction we are doing. Now construction has stopped because of the lockdown and everything. And our contractor told that he cannot take care of us. So we are five members. See, you can see like me, my wife is there, two kids are there, one old age, my mother is also there. We have no other option to go back to Mumbai also because there is nobody to take care. There was no public transportation. That's why we had to, in fact, walk many kilometers, and we are here. If you allow us to enter into the village, we somehow we can survive. In village, we have agricultural land. Our relatives are there. We have our own home. We will somehow stay. So please, we're requesting you, sir. Please allow us enter inside. In this situation, what will you do? If you are the person who is at the border checkpost, will you allow them to go into the state B? Or you stop them no matter what? You cannot come actually. Will you stop them from entering? Will you allow them, or you have any other option? Vivek says, sir, just stick to the law of the land. That's why we are here. Gayatri says, yes, allow. First to answer, completely two different answers. That is the beauty of ethical dilemmas. Test and then take a decision. Chandrasekhar says, I allow them. Take corona test and safety measures. Do proper testing and allow on humanitarian grounds. Isolate them for some days and send them. Quarantine them for 14 days and make them exit. Do not allow them and keep them in the corona camp. We will examine them. If found negative, we can allow. Okay, good. Now listen to me. I will explain what is this. Imagine another situation. Now here there is a public transportation bus. According to the same rules in the corona times, government has come up with this rule that the maximum we can allow only 24 people, because only then we can maintain the social distance. We can maintain the social distance. So this is the bus which travels from the village A to the town B. Now it is 9 p.m. in the example, okay? This is the last public transportation that is available from the village A to town B, or actually the town to this village actually. Okay, now it will travel from village to B also, town to also. Now at 9 p.m. to go from the town to village actually. It is 9 p.m. and this is the last public transportation available which travels from this town B to the village A. Now 24 people are already there. I am a conductor, 24 people are there, driver is ready. We are just about to move. But there are two people, the old couple. When we say old couple, they are old age couple. So they are there, and again they are requesting respected conductor. In their local language is same, respected conductor. We can see there are so many seats are vacant, and you are telling us not to enter. It is wrong actually. Please allow us enter. No, no, understand. Actually, it is a government rules. Only 24 people are allowed. Now we have 24 people. Please go. Sir, we don't know, sir. Actually, all these rules. If now it is a 9 p.m., this is the last bus that is available. We should go to our village. You can see the severe winter. We are old age people. We went to actually our daughter home. Now only we came. Now we don't know anybody in this town actually. Please allow us enter inside. Now you are a conductor. If you are the conductor, would you allow this old couple to enter inside the bus? or reject their request, or you have any other option. Allow them to sit with some measure. I will allow nothing about the humanity, Anurag says. Vivek says, allow them and ask them extra charges. So, Vivek want to allow them and ask extra charges. Make them sit on the top of the bus wearing mask. Anyways, Indians are known to break the rules. Allow them with precaution. Now, already old age couple. Want to send them to top only, huh? Not that bus stop only, full top you want to send them. We should allow with some certain conditions, guideline, allow to sit with mask and sanitizer. As a conductor, consult the nearby law enforcement personnel and see the possibility. Sir, I allowed them. Okay. Okay. Now listen to this. What is ethical dilemma? Please write down. It is a situation where we have to take a decision. In ethics paper, when you are writing the definition or somewhere, it is not advisable to write some textbook definition which looks maybe very artistic or something. It should be simple that explains that you have understood. That is very important. Here, see, ethics and essays are not the English test actually. Now English paper is there your knowledge of English is highlighted. Here we want to know whether you have understood ethics or not. It is a situation where we have to take a decision. There are alternatives. There are alternatives which are almost equally justifiable. Giving priority to one option may lead to compromise with some values. It is a situation where we have to take a decision or make a decision. There are alternatives which are almost equally justifiable. Giving priority to one option may lead to compromise with some values. And this situation is known as ethical dilemma. I will explain this. I will send the youngsters to the top. One answer. We will ask healthy adults to get off the bus and wait for the next trip. But this is the last public transportation that is available. And take its women and old age people. But adult, those who too called adult, if they come early, whoever comes first, they should sit first. No, that is a normally path order that we follow. Are we not violating that? What is the answer? I will tell you. Okay, so don't worry. Now listen to me once again. So now imagine this situation, public transportation only just now we have discussed. Keeping that, and I am a conductor, it is a situation where we have to take a decision. Here, I have to make a decision whether should I allow this old couple or not. There are alternatives. I have two options are the alternative. One, I can allow them against the rules, or I can, according to the rules, I can strictly say no matter what they have given an instruction, sorry, I do not allow. I can ignore their request or I can allow. These are the alternatives which are almost equally justifiable. There are some arguments it says that why it is okay to allow them. There are some argument which says why we should not allow them. Giving priority to one option Now here, following the rules is one value or one principle, and helping the weaker section of the society is another. If I give priority to following the rules, I may compromise with weaker section of society, helping them. If I try to help the weaker section of society, I may have to compromise with the rules. It may lead to compromise with some values. And this situation is known as ethical dilemma. When we are involved in an ethical dilemma, we cannot take the best decision. And this is like super decision or something. If there is any best decision, then it cannot be an ethical dilemma. But we need to see, based on the situation, whatever the best possible ethical dilemma, we need to take it. Now, what is that can be? See, whenever we are implementing the law of the land, there are laws, rules, and focus here actually. Okay, some of you are deviated. No, no, make sure you are focused here. You have a focus here. So when you are implementing the laws, rules, and regulation, when it comes to the law, there is something called letter. Another one is known as spirit. We should understand the laws, rules, and regulation not only in the letter but also in the spirit. Letters means what is mentioned in the rule. What is the spirit means the intention behind it, the objective behind it. Why this rule is created, we should know. Now, a rule says that we have to take only 24 people. That is the rule, correct? That is in letters. But I should also know it is not some matter, okay, 24 is lucky number for our chief minister or the prime minister, and that's why they told it 24 people. So they thought that by with the calculation of bus dimension and everything, to maintain the minimum distance, maybe some 6 feet. So between the two people, so if you want to maintain maximum 24 people are only allowed. So the intention behind the rule is to decrease the spread of infection. That's all. Now, if I am a conductor, what I can do? See, in the bus, 24 people are there. Now, among the 24 people, there will be some husband, wife may be there, brother, sister may be there, or these people, those who stay in the same family will be there. These husband, wife, before getting into the bus, they were coming together. After getting down from the bus, they will go to same home. But in the bus, we are telling you have to maintain 6 feet. In letter, it may be correct. But in spirit, it was not required. It's illogical. What I can do, whoever below from the same family, same home they stay, we can make them sit together. Husband, wife sit together, brother, sister sit together, or any of the same family. Because before coming to the bus, they were together. After getting down from the bus, they were together. From one couple to another couple, we can maintain the distance so that extra seat can be created, and then we will allow them. Here you see that I have violated the letter. More than 24 people are there, but I have not violated the intention behind that. Spirit is not violated. If I just, you come, actually do you come, both the people come and sit. Then I violated a letter also, spirit also, without making this arrangement. Now here coming to this, state A to state B. Now there are 5 people are there, and I say strictly that, see, sorry, madam, sir, madam, I can understand your problem, but I'm helpless. If I do this, actually, there may be a complaint on me. I cannot send. Suppose if I say I may be following the Max Weber bureaucracy model, but I violated Gandhiji's talisman of not helping the weaker section of society. These 5 people cannot go back to Mumbai. There is no transportation, no money, nothing. Or see, don't worry, actually, don't tell anybody. We'll just allow, because human beings are finally important. Rules are created for human beings, and we send them. There is a possibility that they might have infection. They go to the village and they spread the infection. I violated both letter and spirit here by allowing sending them to the village. Now, suppose even in the rules it is not there. I talk to higher authorities, take some risk, and I will plan to send them to a quarantine center, the nearest quarantine center in the state B, or talking to the state A, wherever it is available. In quarantine center for few days they will be stayed. Even if you do the test, result will not come. They may be asymptomatic also. So what I can do, will send them to quarantine center for 3-4 days actually, so that food will be given to them, a place to stay was there actually in the quarantine centers, and we will observe them, do the test them. Once it is very clear that they do not have any symptoms, then if I send to the village, I may have violated a letter, but the spirit was upheld. In this way, based on the situation, whatever is best, we need to take the decision. So you should know the letter of. So if we implement the letters mechanically, so we should not implement the law of the land mechanically without understanding the intention. If it implement, what happens? Imagine this situation. In front of the temple, there is a board that is written, all the devotees before entering into the temple, you have to leave your slippers here and then enter. Some higher authority called me and told that, see, there is a board is written, you have to implement it. All the devotees are coming. They leave their slippers here and going. If somebody is missing, see, man, can't you see the board? Please leave your slipper here only. Go. Okay, they were going. But there is one person called Ramesh. Ramesh. He has come without wearing the slippers only. And a barefoot he has come. I want to enter into the temple. I am stopping Ramesh. Do not go. Ramesh is curious to know why I should not go. Then he say, what is the rule says? You all the devotees before entering into the temple, you should leave your slippers here. You are not wearing, so I'll not allow. Go to home, wear the slippers and come, leave it here and go. But that is what rule says actually. So in this way, it appears now that is a simple example. Most of the times the rules are made. If you do not understand, they say, see, document is required, living certificate is there. Sir, I am only standing in front of you. I don't want this certificate. Want you to the living certificate. Go and take from your sarpanch or the local politician. Take a one notice that you are alive and get it to me. Then only I will give this approval. It happens. So you have to understand the law when you are implementing both in the letter and in the spirit. Did you understand what is ethical dilemma and with some simple examples? But if there are zero limit related families, Amit has this problem. Okay, then what I will do, if there are nobody is related, all 24 people are strangers, suddenly come from the different planet, I suppose they have come. Now, what the question says that there was no public transportation is available. That means there may be a private transportation that is available. But old people, suppose they do not have money. So, what I can do, I can give suppose 20 rupees. I can request 24 people some money and will arrange for some private transportation and send them. Okay, Amit. Let's we go ahead. In our syllabus, we have this topic called as ethical dilemmas in the public and the private institutions. That is what mentioned. Usually case studies are asked. So after discussing some theory, today we are entering into the case studies. How to approach a case study, we'll discuss it, don't worry. Let's take some example and all this can be the possible case studies. But how to create 250 word answer, we will explain to you slowly and gradually. We'll go ahead. Those who are writing in paper and pen, please write these key points and I will explain to you. Amit says, sir, no, sir. Actually, that time there was no private transportation is also available. Okay, see, usually 9 o'clock is considered to be the last bus. Why? In generally, in the normal cases, after 9 o'clock, people do not travel. That's why 9 o'clock is the last bus. So we can talk to higher authorities and we can have another bus also because there may be some more people. Even public services are there to help the people. If nobody is there, no private transportation is also available. Private transportation can be auto bus or there is a any common people who are traveling to that village, actually we can request them if the social distance can be maintained, or we can also arrange one more bus. Talk to higher authorities because the rule earlier made 9 p.m. because normally that is how the people will travel. When see, we can also see that possibilities. Like our mother's solution for everything, give an n number of excuses, he will leave the answer. Okay, finally Amit satisfied, it seems. Let us we go. So ethical dilemmas in the public institution. Let us we take one example that was asked as one of the case study in the previous years. Now listen to me, okay? Focus on this question. You are working as an executive engineer in the construction of a flyover. Okay, we are working, like in this case, okay, I'm working as an executive engineer in the construction of the flyover. There's a flyover project is happening. Along with this flyover project, as an executive engineer, I have some other projects also to take care. As the subordinates to me, there are two junior engineers are there. Two junior engineers are there. They are tasked only to make sure that this flyover is actually being working well or implemented as per our design plans and everything. Every day they have to go there and see that everything happening according to plans and everything. They have to update me. Every day juniors are coming, and they, as an executive engineer to me, they're updating that everything is going well. After the few days of construction that has happened, one day I thought of going for a sudden inspection. When I went to the inspection, I have observed that this flyover is constructed in such a way which is deviated from the actual plan. There is some deviations are there. Some changes are made. I have also observed that if we continue like this, there will be a issue of safety. So that means it is a threat to the public safety. So safety issues are there. That means it might collapse. Issues are. I was shocked to know this. I also see that if you want to correct it, some major portion of this flyover has to be demolished and reconstructed. I have taken all this observation and went to my higher authority, who is the chief engineer. Chief engineer, who is this higher authority. But higher authority says that, see, I have recently observed this flyover. There is no problem actually. We are going ahead with the project. Do you know that the minister has already announced the date for the opening of the this flyover? And this is date is very important. And if we do all this demolition reconstruction, we cannot complete by the time the minister has announced the date. Also, this the flyover construction that we are doing is causing the traffic problem. Already common people are actually suffering because of this traffic problem. If we demolish, construct, it will further delay this project. It causes problem to the people. And then we have already spent so much of funds for this. And now demolition reconstruction will take extra funds. I have seen this area, no problem. We are going ahead actually with this. Now, as an executive engineer, I am in an ethical dilemma. Should I follow the directive of the superior officer, option A, or do I have to give priority to the public safety? And even if I want to give public safety, what should I do? That is a question. See, now listen to me. Estimated cost is actually some approximated cost. That's all actually. Okay, so now first think about it actually, and then answer. Now, to make it interactive, we'll put it for a public view, but you should discuss the answers related only to this question, okay? First, you have to think on your own. For some time, we'll do this. And please give the answers only related to this. And observe what others are saying. If you want to go to for public safety also, how will you do that? Will you go against the order of chief engineer, or you have any other option? Think about this. Amit, so what were you doing, man, when that's why I told you to focus on the question. Now you follow the second question. As many of them are busy, but still listen. There is a flyover. You, as an executive engineer, you feel that there is some problem and it has to be repaired. But your chief engineer is saying that no, we will go ahead. Then what will you do? That is a simple question. But next time you have to listen. We'll take so much of time and explain. So listen. So once you typed your answer, please also look at how others are answering. What is their opinion? Observe them. Rishabh has an opinion to go to the minister directly and try to persuade. Vedashree believes in actually talking to government authorities and communicate them. Vivek believes in whistleblowing. Sakshi says that date announced by minister is not more important than the life of the people. I will escalate the issue to the chief minister, Anurag says. I'm also reading others on comments also. Please go through that. Okay, good points. Now listen to me. Okay, this analysis is very important actually. Whoever has written the answer, now listen to me. Okay, even once others are written. Okay, now stop. Okay, good. Now you cross check your answer with our explanation, and after my explanation, if any doubt, please ask me. Now listen to. See here, I am an executive engineer, and there is my chief engineer. Is it? I have some opinion, and chief engineer has another opinion. Just because of that, first I should not come to the conclusion that this chief engineer is not negligent. Now he's a negligent. He don't have a, he doesn't have consent for the people that this. No, I should not do this. Whenever we have a differences opinion, we need to re-verify our opinion. Re-verify. So there is a deviation. Okay, correct. The safety issues are there. Demolition, reconstruction. This is all my observation. But chief engineer is saying that no, we can go ahead. There might be some logic. Might be. I'm not saying that we'll just go ahead actually with that. I need to re-verify my opinion. What I have to do, I have to call other experts. I have to call other experts in the team. There may be my friends who are in the same field or they work in the private sector. There'll be so many experts. We know that we need to contact them and take to the place and see what is this issue that is everything happened. Now, after all their observation, if they say even though there is this deviation, it will not cause us any problem to that. If they say, and what is the logic explanation they give, if that matches with my common sense and logic, then we'll go ahead. Problem is solved. First option. But if they mention that there is a really safety issues are there, earlier I thought demolition, reconstruction, everything, I can also ask with the expert or we discuss with our expert and see, no, without demolition, is there is any other alternatives are possible, like some extra pillar or some extra support, any other changes is possible, feasible, we will know everything. Now, when the first time I interacted with my chief engineer, I had only my observations. Now, because I spoke to the other experts, re-verified, cross-checked, visited other places and everything, yes, it takes some time, but you have to do that in the public interest. Now I have a more clarity. Now I will try to persuasion. That is trying to convince in simple. We discuss social influence and persuasion in the future. I will try to persuade my higher authority. So there is a high chances that they will agree because they will also consent for the people. Now, even after that, if they are not agreeing, normally what we can say, yes, sir, I'll follow your order, but please give me written order. I can ask for the written order. As a chief engineer, I can give you written order only when I'm 110% sure that actually it is not going to have anything. And legally, if any written order is given, I have to do this. So I will take the written order. And even after that, if I'm very convinced that actually it will not going to affect the safety, I will go ahead with the order of chief engineer. In as far as examination, you can end here if you want. Now, suppose in the real life, suppose if chief engineer is not ready to give the written order and you are still not convinced, then if suppose if you write, I will meet the higher authority above the chief engineer. That is also correct. You can write that. Or if that is not actually, usually you can also meet minister itself. Now, after resolving within the department. You should try to solve within the department. That is first. Directly you should not go to minister. That's why convincing chief, first convincing myself, then convincing chief engineer, then actually the higher authorities, then going to minister and convince that, sir, we will do this, but this is the issue, please look into that. If demolished, your image will be destroyed. That can also be done. Usually by this time your issue will be solved. For examination, this is enough. Just in case in real life, you, if minister is not agreeing, higher authority is not agreeing, nobody is agreeing actually, then I may leak this information to the media as a last option. Then people know about this and there will be a further investigation and taken action. This is against the code of conduct, but as a last option I am doing to protect the interest of people. But I should try everything here. I can also consider after minister, before going to media, can I go to the judiciary also. This is how you can deal with this situation. Any doubt about this flyover issue, you can ask. Now you convinced. So now same question may not come, but what is important, when there is a differences opinion, I should not go blindly. We say, నేను ఒక్కసారి మైండ్ లో ఫిక్స్ అయితే బ్లైండ్ గా వెళ్ళిపోతా. That means once I fix in mind, I'll go blindly. No, that should not be done. That is good only for movies. We should always re-verify actually. And it is okay to have different opinion. If I say something, subordinate says something, you are subordinate, follow. No. Okay. What will there be any logic in that? Okay, let me rethink that your opinion. That is the mindset is required. And what is we have learned is, we have to follow that. You may go to media, but that should be a last option. The first only, when chief engineer is not agreeing, we should not go to the media. That will be wrong. You will try to resolve within the organization, within the government, within the judiciary, and then media is a last option. Yes, we need to go by hierarchy, Vedashree. Sir, can we check construction material compromised or not? If you have a doubt, you can check that. Punjab has a right to go to Supreme Court is ethical. If anybody is going to court actually, or media, they're not, like, we cannot say they're unethical. They're all the legal institution. Only you are just directly taking the action, only problem. Thank you, Chandrasekhar. Okay, hope this flyover issue is clear. Let us go further. Now focus here. Now, Amit ji, this time please focus on the question so that you will get more clarity. Now, this is another debatable issue, that is reservation. This is also an ethical dilemma that we see in the public institution, whether to provide a reservation or not. Usually in the Indian context, we give reservation in the educational institutions and in the case of government job opportunities. And we give reservation in generally for the people who are backward. They may be socially backward, educationally backward, economical backward, or disabled. There are two sets of arguments are there. These are the weaker section of society. We need to, these are the underprivileged section of society who never had this equality of opportunities. Equality of opportunities were not there. While the so-called other caste people, other rich people, they were able to study in a good school and good facilities, good nutrition and everything. But these people, because of discrimination and other issues, they never had equalities of opportunities. That is why these people should be provided with reservation, so that the diverse section of society will participate in the growth process. It helps us to achieve the inclusive growth. There are some other people who believes that no, this reservation, through the reservation we are compromising with the merit. These are all arguments. Okay, we are compromising with merit. Focus here, listen to me. What does it mean? Suppose, imagine I am ethics faculty, that is true. It just is the whole say overall scenario. Remember, there is another ethics faculty is there, who has a better knowledge and skill than actually this faculty. This fact compared to me, there's another faculty is available. But just because I belong to a so-called backward caste, the organization has given job to me. This is hypothetical question, not that they've given me for this actually. Okay, then do you think it is right actually? Now suppose if I'm a less talented compared to the other person, but just because I'm a backward caste, if they have given me this job, they may try to give justice to me, but in the process they are doing injustice to the other 100 people, because they had an opportunity to get trained from the another best person that would have increased their 2 to 3 marks or something. That is why, just for the sake of their backwardness, you are giving job to these people, so that though you are trying to do the justice to those 2 to 3% of people, they are providing the services to the people, and we are doing injustice to them. And the best people think that, Array, this India is now only for reserved people, and we do not we what deserved people, let us we go to different country. It may lead to the brain drain also, the so-called intelligent people moving out of the country. So these arguments are there. In this context, what is your opinion? Now there will be arguments. Actually, there is no one single answer. Actually, in fact, remember, in all the ethical dilemma, it is not necessary that you have to have an exact conclusion. Some best possible interpretation, thinking about it, that is very important. Now explore few more points related to this, like keeping this, whether reservation should be there or should not be there, or what changes can be brought. For a few, once you thought, please think on your own and then write it. Also observe the other thought process. After 2 minutes we'll have further explanation on this. Yes, Karthik, you are right. Actually, we need to take appropriate action on the junior engineers also for not doing their duty properly, if it is proved that they have not done their duty properly. Write some opinion, let your friends know that. It has a basic limitation that talented and intelligent people belong to general category. That's an assumption. Okay. Vivek believes that we should give reservation only to those students who are going to government school. That is his opinion. Dev says we should have in based on the economy. That is already there. Taran says, sir, it should be stopped. Good, many of them are able to type so fast. Those, please go through the others' comments also. Last 30 seconds. Please post whatever you want to, and then we will go ahead with our discussion. Very good thought processes, different viewpoints. Okay, so speech to text, some of them are using. Maybe if you are using also, it is good actually. For that's fine. If somebody is using the speech to text and then posting, it is still good. Okay, friends, listen to me. That's good. See, on the topic of reservation, there is a never-ending discussion will happen, and rightly, many of you have given different opinion, and it is advisable not to fix any opinion. Now you already know some opinion. Keep thinking from the different perspectives. By the time you attend mains and interview, you can have some more clarity. But even after get the job, your thought process can be evolved. But just look into this different opinion we have taken. Let us summarize and see whether it is suitable. Now, just okay, please stop writing actually the comments and listen to me. Okay, please stop and listen to me. Some of the opinions that you can think, there is no yes or no, just think on your own. There is no absolute answers. Okay, now this, yes, there is a, but it is taking extreme opinion that reservation is completely bad, it should be removed, and we should not give reservation to anybody, anything. This is only the wrong option, actually, the wrong opinion that we can have. Now, so let us we discuss some of the points here. How about limiting the reservation only for a limited period? This is one analysis. So even like earlier we thought that let us we give reservation now, but once they get come to a certain development, we thought that we need to end the reservation. But we not made any plan. There is a we have been continuing the reservation. We have been increasing the reservation every year with few more additions and all. So all the political parties, maybe based on some logic, they should come to a consensus, like maybe by 2050, 2075, somewhere we are going to end. And then once limit limited actually. So limited period. So what we are trying to tell. So by 2050 or 2075, till that period only we'll allow. And even if you want to decrease, will gradually decrease. Gradually decrease. Suppose now SC are having the 15% reservation. After 5 years, it will become 12%. Then after 5 years, it will become 10, like that. We need to reduce. This is one opinion only, not the final conclusion. Now other people says that. Now while the OBC, that is other backward caste, has a creamy layer concept. That means even though you are belong to a backward caste, if you are a rich person, like normally, if your annual income, if your parents' annual income is more than 8 lakh rupees, then you are not allowed to get reservation. But the SCS and STs, they do not have the creamy layer concept. So what is happening? Suppose if I belong to an SC community, I worked hard and did so much of effort, I could able to clear the IAS examination. Now the my future generation have access to the best schools, best colleges and everything, best nutrition. But this person who is a son or daughter of IAS, and there's another person who belong to an SC community, maybe working as a manual scavengers or in some construction industry. Their parents are earning some 150 200 rupees per day, addicted to alcohol, no basic access, and this person's son is also fighting for the same reservation. That is why in the SC ST, the really poor people are not getting benefited. That is why creamy layer should be introduced to SCs STs also, so that the people in SC ST only get empowered, not the other section. That is why we need to introduce. That is one problem, one issue, or that is one opinion. Okay. Now, yes, we are giving reservation to many section, but we see that there are transgender communities are there. Transgender communities are there. Now when these people who are transgender, their whatever the physiological identity and the psychological identity and the social identities are not matching with each other, and these people face a lot of discrimination. Many of the times they also want to study and all, but when they go to the school they face discrimination. When they ask for the jobs, people are not ready to give them jobs. That is why they go to the begging in the traffic side, wherever there's a traffic is there, or they may involve in sale of drugs or involved in the sex work or something. they work as a middle people in the sex work and all. That is why now, rather than decreasing, we need to increase the reservation, or we need to include the transgenders also in the reservation. If few people are started joining into the organization, slowly and gradually we start accepting. If few people are started working in the police and as an IAS IPS officer, which is already happening, but if through the reservation, if it happens, it motivate other community, other people in the same community to also study more, and slowly and gradually acceptance increases. That is why we need to in fact give the reservation to this community. Well, this is another opinion. Now there's one more opinion. See, we are giving reservation to these people because they are not able to get proper education. We need to give them preferences in the education, while giving education to them, food to them, or health to them, skills to them. Everything should be provided special priority. But in comes to the job, we should not give the reservation, because you then they are competing equally. Now because of the jobs, job, the reservation in the jobs is creating much more problems. Reservation is created to end the discrimination, to end discrimination that many backward section of society are facing. But problem is, this reservation itself has become a tool of discrimination. Now what happens in a private sector? Suppose we all take some aptitude test and will come, and we don't, suppose some priority politics that inside happened also, we don't know, we treat everybody equally. But in government jobs, we all know who come from reserved category, who come from the through reservation, general candidate and everything. Suppose sometimes I am from unreserved and the another person is through the reservation. If some arguments happen, see, say, sir, I don't think this option is correct, why can't we change? Huh? You are saying to me, I am a merit student, you are a reservation candidate, be in your limits. Sometimes it happens. Am I saying it is right? No, it is wrong. So this reservation is a tool that is created to end discrimination, but it has become a tool of discrimination. That is why we should not give reservation in jobs, while we should give here. Again, remember, these are all, none of these are my opinion. I do not have any personal opinion on this. These are all the different opinion. You need to explore them, and you need to develop your own opinion. You may agree with all these points that I said. You may not agree also, but keep thinking about the different dimensions of the issue. This is general discussion on reservation. Let's go further. Government jobs will not go away. It may decreases, our priority or the importance may decreases. That can also be correct, Rishabh. Okay. So please go on thinking about other dimension. Let's we go ahead with the third one. Listen to me. Okay, focus here. Now forget about reservation. Now some of them say, sir, we want one perfect answer. No, friends, there is no one perfect answer. So it is all about different thought processes. Now you see 10 people have written 10 different points. Thought process, all are correct. That is the beauty of this concept. But whatever there in the law is fine, but slowly and gradually in future, we may need to do some changes. Let's be back to our discussion. Now, focus here, focus. Forget about the reservation, come to here. Now here in the case 3, I am the head of the department, or head of the organization, some government organization that I'm heading, and I've recently transferred to this organization. Recently transferred to this organization. I observed that some of my subordinates are corrupt. Subordinates are corrupt. They don't work properly, and they work only if they take the bribe. If I expect honesty from them, honesty means, like here in this context, not to take the bribe. See, I'm giving a strict order that you should not take the bribe no matter what. If anybody takes the bribe, we will take the strict action. If I tell that, they don't take the bribe. But what they will do, say, suppose I say, see, Vivek, this is a work actually, like, we are just example, okay, not this person, Vivek. See, Vivek, this is an important task. You have to complete in the 2 days. Okay, I will, please give me the final report after 2 days. As a higher authority, I'm giving. Now 2 days is over. I will ask Vivek. Vivek, I have given you this report to be completed in 2 days. Have you done? Then Vivek, what he has done, because sir, the higher authority told not to take the bribe. If I complete report also, I don't get any extra money or something. Why I should do? So let's say he will cut his internet wire and say, sir, from last 2 days, internet is not working. I called the concerned people, but they're yet to come. Once they come and ready, I will do this work, sir. So in a government organization, if you want to find excuse, there may be 100 excuses you can find. So if I expect honesty, I have to compromise with the efficiency of the employee. Now I say, see, you take the bribe or whatever that is, but you please work, complete the tasks actually, whatever. Then do not pend any one case also or one issue also is pending. Then what happens? The some of these employees they work more than 8 hours also, because the moment they complete, they get extra money, the bribe or something they are getting. Even if real internet is not working, they may connect through their mobile hotspot and work. Or if system is not working, they may bring their own device and they may work. So if you expect efficiency, you need to compromise with honesty. If you expect honesty, you need to compromise with efficiency. And as a head of the department, you tell how to deal with the situation, whether he should focus on honesty or efficiency, or is it possible to achieve both? And if it is yes, how? Please. Counterproductive behavior to cut the wire. Some people do that. It is available from evening. What is available from evening, Mr. Raji? Oh, PPTs. Okay. With honesty comes efficiency. But in this case, it is not coming Dudekula. In this case. So, what is the suggestion to that head of the department? Honesty must be uploaded with possible efficiency. How to upload honesty? Okay. Oh, sorry, it is uphold actually, not upload. Okay, just fun. Okay, we need to uphold honesty with possible efficiency. So, priority for honesty. Giving bonus for extra work in place of bribes will be good. But as in the government organization, as of now, that bonus concept is not there. So we should teach them lesson. Ethics classes we need to take. So suppose Jansi Rani, once you become officer, if your subordinates are corrupt or something, so invite me for ethics classes to them, ethical training courses or something. Hope it works. Install CCTV cameras according to Sri Lakshmi. Good points. Go ahead. Lessons of not giving a promotion. Honesty comes with efficiency, audits, and inspection. Good that many people are participating. Those who have given your answer, please observe your friend's answer, what they are trying to tell, and see if there is any innovative answers. Yeah, innovation it can be everywhere. Increase the salary and reduce the workload. But once again, this is not in our control as head of the department. Good friends, actually. Now listen to me. Consult the religious preachers. Okay, now listen to me. So first thing, yes, of course, if the subordinate corrupt subordinates are there, first thing, it is not easy to remove them. So removing the government officials is a very tough task. And even if you remove them, many times you don't get replacement. See, most of the state public service commission, they do not conduct exams every year. Sometimes corruption, paper leak, that this issue keep on postponing will happen. And there's already a group C and D employees maybe in the limited number, and even if you remove them, you don't get replacement, and removing them is also very complex process. That is why this is one of the big challenge in the government industries. If there are some corrupt subordinates are there, how to deal with this? Yes, so first thing, we need to take some steps to decrease corruption. It is just summary of what many of you rightly said, actually decreasing the corruption. And then we should take some more steps to increase the healthy work culture in the organization. Healthy work culture, that is our future topic. What is work culture, we'll discuss. In simple, a good environment to be created in the organization. For now, a good environment we need to create. Now, in order to decrease corruption, what we have to do? First thing, we need to increase the awareness of common people. So what are the common people rights that you are having? If anybody asks the bribe, what you have to do? So we should create a dedicated helpline. There is an helpline available through WhatsApp numbers. Actually, if there is a number given, they can WhatsApp, they can call, they can message, and tell if they faces any corruption incidences. And we should have an effective GRM. GRM means grievances redressal mechanism. In simple, suppose if any issue is there, there is an option like where you can complain, and the concerned person will look into your complaint, re-verify the complaint whether it is true or false, and take appropriate action on the person and do appropriate changes so that issue is resolved. If any problems are there, it will be resolved soon. Complaint handling system, grievances redressal system. Like suppose you have some issues and all, there is a play mechanism there. People will take your complaints, re-verify that whether it is true or false, then they will take appropriate measures so issue is resolved. Effective grievance redressal mechanism. Wherever possible, e-governance also we can bring. So few of the things that we can do. Corruption. Now, in order to increase the healthy work environment, first thing, yes, ethical training should be given to the employees about the importance of public service, why, what you have to take and everything. Normally, incentives should be provided. Now, you say in private sector, they give monetary incentives, like, giving extra salary and all. But in government, we may not give incentives, actually, the monetary. But there are non-monetary incentives that can be given, like a recognition is given to them. If those who are doing good, actually we'll identify them and give best employee of the month, honest employee of the month. Suppose Mr. Vivek has got this best employee of the month, we'll invite his family members, actually request them to come, and in front of them we'll give this award, and our Vivek has done good. It motivate other people also to work here. We can put them in our WhatsApp status, we can share it in social media. It will all help these people to work well. So ethical training courses, giving recognition to this, these are all the methods, and this slowly and gradually we can find a solution. Maybe by the time we complete all this, we may be transferred to the some other department, but I should not be worried about that. As long as I'm in the department, even one day I should take some measures. That is possible. I should not worry also. Logically, what can be done? We keep on taking steps. Now before it completed, I got a call, sir, you are transferred to the another department. Okay, pack bag and go. So we all went somewhere. Okay. Certificate of appreciation, that is good. The optimum solution is to consider both honesty and efficiency. They have an open conversation with the subordinates, asking to look at the prospect of the corruption as unethical, something that they can do to clear their conscience. Okay. So are we clear? Did you understand this? Any doubts about this corrupt subordinates issue? Yes, Vivek ji, our team has done that. What is written next to incentives? So incentives, non-monetary incentives, recognition. So like recognition, like the best employee of the month, honest employee of the month, and those things. साक्षी व्हाट्सएप उस नहीं करते हैं क्या? Okay, it may be different. Promotions also, yes. Whoever is when we are giving the promotion, there are so many criteria are there in government. Of course, their ethical performance also will be considered. Fine. Let's we go further. Observe these friends. Observe these key points. Focus here. Give family gift or reduce the burden. Gifting and all is a bit difficult if you are getting only normal legal salary. We cannot give the gift actually. Yes, Anuragji, we understood. Now listen to me. Sorry, sir, I joined now due to the network issues at my end. Are we studying the case studies? Rutika, we are studying the ethical dilemmas chapter. As a part of ethical dilemmas, we have discussed some ethical dilemmas in the public institution. Now we are discussing some ethical dilemmas in the private institution. Now, please listen to me this question. Please listen to me. Okay. So imagine this situation. It is a private organization where there are 5,000 employees are there. 5,000 employees are there. They have been working from the last 10 years. Focus here on the topic. So there are 5,000 employees in an organization. They are working here from the last 10 years and the company is growing well. But now there is a new technology has come. So there is a new technology has come. This technology can easily replace the human beings. Now you can consider automation or artificial intelligence that is coming and all. So many regular tasks that is being done by the human beings can easily done by the machine. But even to operate machine and all, we need human beings. So there are 5,000 employees are there. It can easily replace the 3,000 people. So 3,000 people can be easily removed. When this concept is there, I have two advisors. I'm the owner of a company where there are 5,000 employees are working and everything. When this new technology has come, I am speaking to the two advisor. Advisor A says, sir, now when the new technology has come, is it really foolish to actually not to adopt it? As a private company, we have to grow well, and if you want to grow, we should adopt the new technology. Please, and now maintaining human beings is very difficult, sir. We need to make get them work only 8 hours, casual leave, paternity leave, maternity leave, incentives, bonus, all the drama we need to do. So please remove 3,000 people, adopt the technology, it decreases cost of production, and so that we'll become more profitable. We can give best services to our customers also. We can decrease the MRP, maximum retail price, and everything, so that our company will do well. But another advisor says, sir, I don't think actually removing these 3,000 people are actually right. See, because they've been working from the last 10 years, and thanks to their effort only, we are in a good position now. And that too, suddenly now, after COVID 19 and all, still many job opportunities are yet to come out. And India is experiencing this jobless growth. Like India is growing, but no new jobs are not creating. So I personally don't think that actually we need to remove them. Let us we continue these people. So these are the two advisors are saying their opinion. Now you tell me, if I am the owner of this company, do I have to adopt the new technology and remove 3,000 people? Or even though technology is available which can replace human beings, should I continue to keep them? That is the first dilemma, whether should I go for automation or keep the employees. Now, what is your advices to me? Think about it and tell me what's your advice. Okay, Rutika, got it? Go with the technology according to Maunika. Slowly and gradually we need to move according to Vedastri. Middle path. So how can we follow the middle path, Samiksha, in this context? If it is middle path, and what is that? Adopt the technology that is beneficial for the national GDP and this. Now we need to think from the private company's perspectives. Establish a new branch for 3,000 people. We'll consider this. I will explain to you. Give them training, integrate both. Okay, Karthik. Now we'll focus the second question when we discuss it. Okay, good. As Karthik will just explain in simple way the first question, and we will discuss the first question. What is first question? In simple, there are 5,000 employees working in our organization, but now whatever the work that is being done by human beings, now it will be done easily by the machine. So I can bring the technology which is there in different country and adopt in my company, and I can remove 3,000 people. Should I do that? Or these people, do I have the responsibility to give the jobs to these people? It is okay to remove them. That's the ethical question. Now listen to me. Please focus here. The second question that we are discussing here. You, in generally, tobacco, alcohol, and porn industries are considered to be the sin industries. Now, what happens? Just hypothetically, my father is running a factory. We are in the manufacturing the tobacco products like cigarettes and alcohol. We are manufacturing. Now, my father wants to take retirement. Now he is asking me, please take over this organization that I've started. But now I am in a dilemma whether by going with the tobacco and alcohol, is it, am I really doing good to the society or bad to the society? Once again, I had this Ramesh and Suresh actually, or we'll call Raju and Lakshmi, the two advisors. I called them. Please tell me, is it okay that if I go ahead with the company, or should I stop actually keeping the society in the mind? What should I do? First, actually, Raju will say, actually, see, first thing, by having this company, you are paying the huge tax to the government. The government using the tax for the welfare of people. So you are doing good to the society only. Then we are not doing anything illegal. Whatever the smoking and the alcohol is legal in the country. We have the permission, we have the license, everything. So we are doing legal, so we can go ahead. And then we are giving warning. You don't feel bad. See, we are telling smoking causes cancer, alcohol is injurious to health. We are giving warning. And it is a choice of the people, buddy. It is their choice. They have a right to do whatever they want to. Why we should restrict it? So that is why we have to go ahead, Raju says. But Lakshmi says that, no, Srinivas, you cannot do that. See, now what you are doing when you open this tobacco, alcohol, and all. So, first thing, you are increasing the health expenditure of the common people. Now suppose these people get addicted to the smoking, alcohol, and all, then they will face health issues and all. So it increases the health expenditure. Sometimes the people will drink and drive, actually, that lead to the many accidents actually. Then you are also indirectly responsible for it. And many cases domestic violence also happen because the people take this alcohol, go beat their wife and everything. You will be responsible for all of this, so don't do any of this. Just actually tell your father to close down and you do some other job, you will be happy. Now I am in a confusion whether Raju is right or Lakshmi is right. Should I continue my father job that he started, or should I close this? What is your suggestion to me in this hypothetical situation? Yes, I said as it is. See, so Lakshmi's opinion is here really true, it seems. Whatever we discussed. According to Samiksha, also, Lakshmi is right. Muskan is telling follow Lakshmi. So I'll follow that. What is your opinion on the first question? Chandrasekhar, I am yet to tell the answer. I have not told the answer. I will tell the answer for all the three questions together, actually. Okay. We are, don't worry. I am yet to tell the answer for the first question. I will tell. Okay. We'll keep this pending. After explaining the three questions, I will tell. I will go with Raju's opinion. Accordingly, many boys are actually favoring Raju, and somehow the coincidentally, though there are some exceptions, many girls are favoring Lakshmi here. Alcohol is not bad. Alcoholism is bad. We need to work on addiction. That's it. But as a private company owner, what should I do? You may continue because either you manufacture or not, they will get it from somewhere. That's also logic, Kumkum. Kumkum. So Kumkum actually, so what is your complete name if that is actually, what is the meaning of Kumkum? Lakshmi is more right. Oh, Thanu is saying, see, mostly continue business by shifting business to another country. Huh? Why not in this country? Yes, Amit, actually, the chart is made private by the team. So you can't see the others' messages. All reasons are bogus. Domestic violence has no relation with the consumption of alcohol or tobacco. So, Monica ji, that is the opinion of Lakshmi. Okay, don't get angry. Go with the company. Okay. So Monica is finally in favor of this, going with the company. I would agree with Srinivas. We have tried to ban alcohol in Bihar, but still, actually, huge tragedies are happening. If people want alcohol, they will anyway try actually in the black market. Sir, continue the business by shifting the business to another country. Sir, is this objective or subjective? As we want to choose one from the two options, we need to know your opinion. That is why it is subjective. So objective doesn't mean that we'll choose one option from two or three or something. Because it is opinion based question, it is a subjective question, Jansi Rani. Oh, kumkum means sindur. Okay, is that kumkum only? We'll see, but we should take the opinion from kumkum only, what she says. Okay, now listen to me. Okay, I will tell the answer for the second one. Now, for now, we are keeping it pending. Let's we focus on the third one. I will tell the answer for this. Don't worry. Please focus on this question now. Profit versus the green technology. Now, again, we are into the manufacturing. Okay, so we'll consider Raju. Raju is a person who is running some manufacturing company. They are manufacturing some products. As a part of their manufacturing, they are releasing, as a company, it is releasing 500 units of CO2 every day. 500 units of CO2 every day they are releasing. The emissions, that 500 units of CO2 emissions is legal. That is allowed legally actually. They, that particular industries have a certain limit actually. You cannot go beyond this and all. But up to 500 units it is allowed, and they are giving the having the emission within the legal limits. The machines they are using is also according to the law of the land. the technology they are using also according to the law of the land, everything is fine. But now there is some new technology is there, that is a green technology, which will reduces the amount of CO2 drastically. If we bring that new technology, that is green technology, we will be releasing only 50 units of CO2 every day, and it will not have an impact on the efficiency, but it increases cost of production, because we need to import this actually from a different country which requires so much of money. We may have to take loan and we have to pay interest and all. It increases cost of production but reduces the CO2 drastically. Now when the context is a Raju, once again he is talking to his two advisor. One advisor says this actually, see Raju, now we don't do this drama of green technology and all. These are all good in paper only. Whatever the technology that we are using, legal only. Now we will release 500 units of CO2. What is it? We are whatever we are within the law only. Don't take unnecessary extra risk. Another advisor saying, see Raju, we are all human being. Protecting environment is not only government responsibility. It is also human. Everyone should take the responsibility. Though it is increasing the cost of production, I personally feel that when there is a better technology is available that can drastically reduce the CO2, and which is one of the gas responsible for the climate change. So many things are there. We have to do it. And as a corporate company, we should not just always focus on profit. We should be and follow compassionate capitalism. We should have a compassion towards weaker section. We should have a concern for environment and all. That is why I personally feel that you should take some risk and bring the new technology. Now Raju is in a confusion. Should I go with advisor A or advisor B? And what is your opinion? What is your suggestion to the Raju? Okay, it is the color or the mark that we bear on the forehead. That kumkum only. Okay, okay, understood. I thought it's some different meaning actually. Okay, thank you, kumkum. Girls are suffering with their husband or dad with this situation of domestic violence or alcoholism. That's why they may be supporting Lakshmi. Okay, we have got the different answers. Hmm. If company is sensible to bear it, then we can go for it. One opinion. Good. Okay, good answers, friends. Okay. Need to promote the green technology. It will help into, okay. Vivek, yes, I will tell my opinion on your statement. Okay. Now please listen to me carefully. I will give explanation for all the three questions. Listen to me completely, and then if you have differences of opinion, we will very happy to answer those questions. Please now focus on these points that we are discussing. Now, whenever you are discussing as a private company, they have to remember many stakeholders actually. Stakeholder. One primary stakeholder is shareholders. So shareholder means the people who have invest in simple actually the people who invested in the company. They are the owners of the company. At this private company, if their owners are there, they have to make sure that owners will get profit for their investment. So this private company also should make sure that there are many employees are there, and these employees should get very good salary or the very good recognition, appropriate working condition. Only then we can keep the best talent. Otherwise, they will go away. That requires money. Shareholders, we need to give the profit that requires money. Employees, we need to give best facilities that also requires the money. And there are customers are there, they have to give the best quality product to the customers and the two better price, otherwise our competitors are there actually, they may take away the opportunity. So you will be keeping sure that shareholders are getting the profit, employees are getting better remuneration, customers are getting the best product, but at the same time they will also make sure that they are contributing to the society. Whatever they are earning, employees and everything, they are coming from the society, they should benefit the society. They should analyze the impact of their activities on the society, and they should also have a focus on environment. They should also abide by the government rules and regulation. So they should fulfill all these stakeholders. So stakeholders means the people who are concerned or associated with that. These are called as the stakeholders. So stakeholders, so you should, so it is a responsibility that whenever we think about a private company, we should know that all this has to be kept in mind. Now coming back to the first one, the first technology, the first is automation versus employment. That is the debate. So 5,000 employees are there, 3,000 people, there is a technology which can easily replace. First thing, as many of you rightly suggested, now we are manufacturing, suppose some goods, 100 goods that we are producing. If there is a possibility to expand, like even if we produce 200 goods, we have a demand, then rather than removing, we will expand our organization so that we'll keep this 5,000 employees. New technology also will bring, instead of producing 100 goods, we'll produce 200. Then one solution. But if that is not possible, now suppose we are manufacturing toothpaste, just because we produce more, suddenly demand will not increase. It depends on the sector you are working. So suppose it is not possible to expand because of this, then we need to give appropriate compensation to the employees and remove the 3,000 people. Can we remove? Yes, we can remove them. We will give appropriate compensation and keeping the company's conditions in the mind. If it is possible, we can upskill them. Better compensation can be given. In future, any jobs are there, we will take them. But otherwise, we have to. Many companies, even the so-called good companies that we say, they have to lay off because of so many reasons, whether artificial intelligence or something. We have to do this. It's a part of the journey, so we can remove. But first, we'll try to keep them. If not possible, then we do this. Coming to the second, sin industries, tobacco, alcohol, and poor industries are called sin industries. Coming to the tobacco and alcohol, as we rightly discussed, it is providing tax, legal, warning, and choice. And now, as a civil service aspirant, how you think? Though you are giving a suggestion to the private sector, as long as it is legal, actually, it is advisable to, you can produce it, because see, here we are talking about one company. If I don't produce, what will happen? Other company will produce. It is not what government should do. If as a Srinivas company here, if I am not producing, Raju will produce, Lakshmi will produce, Ramesh will produce, Suresh may produce. That is why first, if we are doing, if I consider it's okay, even if I continue the tobacco and alcohol, it is not wrong, it is legal. But what I can also do as this, now see, why the, what is problem with the tobacco and alcohol? Negative health impact, addiction and everything. What I can do, whatever the profits I'm getting in this, some percentage I can invest in the R&D, that is research and development, so that we will create these products in such a way that it will give the same kick. if possible better kick, the pleasure. The people get pleasure when they it is considered that they get pleasure when they smoke or take alcohol. Let them enjoy that. At the same time, we will see, is it possible to decrease the negative health impact on the people. And also we will establish a better rehabilitation center. Those people who want to smoke, there is an option. Those people who want to come out of it, rehabilitation, that is also an option. Some students may think that if it is bad, if it is wrong, why can't we ban? No, it is not about wrong, it is a choice of the people. So as a company, we will produce it, we will invest in the R&D and see, is it possible to make these actually products which are more healthier, more pleasure giver, at the same time less addictive in nature. And a better awareness and counseling centers, rehabilitation centers are there, so that who wants to come out, there is also an option. With respect to the porn industry, if any industry, if the in any country porn is legal, the porn videos actually, the maybe with the videos which are sexual content, which are made from the people by taking their consent, actually both the people who are involved, they have a consent, and if it is legal, they can make that videos and publish it. But the porn websites which are there, they have to be a bit more responsible. Many of these websites allow anybody to upload these videos. Now what happens, there are, suppose some girlfriend boyfriend are there, they when they're close it is fine. Sometimes some, because of some reason they get separated, then one of this person may want to take a revenge, they may share their personal photos on this website. That is wrong. Those industries should not promote anybody to, or should not allow anybody to upload the videos actually. Then there are some videos which are made with the help of hidden cameras actually, maybe in washrooms, dressing room, hotel rooms and all. These kinds of videos should not be uploaded. And of course, many countries, including India, has the restriction about the child pornography. In any porn where there are less than, if the people who are involved are less than 18, that is wrong. That should not be done. By keeping these things, actually, they can go with the porn. Another problem with the porn is actually some of these titles. Now, though it is said that those who are watching, they should watch only less than 18, but practically anybody who has access to mobile, if they want, they can watch it. And sometimes the titles may be misleading, for example, somehow, whether people like it or not, many of these titles may be like, mother having a relation with son, father having a relation with daughter, brother sister having a relation. So all this may create a confusion and a wrong thought process in the teenagers. They have to take some measures. By taking all this, if it is legal, they can then continue. That is with respect to the sin industries. Coming to the profit versus green technology, here the Raju should go with the second option, that is going with the green technology. But see, before going to the green technology, that is bringing the new technology, what he has to do, consult the government authorities and see, is there is any government schemes that promote these green technologies? Do I get any tax benefits? Do I get any subsidy or discount that we are getting from the different? We need to analyze and get it. Second, we are using green technology and we can promote, make it as an advertisement that we are using green technology. Some customers are happy to buy the products from us. Second point. Now, third point, earlier in the government, after myself adopting this technology, earlier the government has told that you can emit up to 500 emission, because at the time of rule that was made, that was the best technology available. Now, when you have better technology, you can also put a pressure on the government authorities and politicians to come up with a law to reduce the emission limit. Then slowly and gradually others also will adopt. But I have a first mover advantage. Keeping all this point in the mind, I can do suggest to go with option green technology. Here, continuing with the tobacco and alcohol. Here, if the no possibility of expansion, then after giving compensation, we have to remove that. That is how we can deal with these ethical dilemmas in the private institutions. Are we clear with this? Any doubt you have? Concept of boyfriend girlfriend is only wrong. What is wrong, Dinesh, and why it is wrong? That is a subjective opinion. Subjective means only opinion. According to the Chanukya's Arthashastra, since like alcohol, gambling, prostitution should be regulated or not banned, the whether to regulate or ban is a government decision. Now we are discussing private institutions. For point one, keep them training to the emerging technology, maybe with a reduced salary. If our company is affordable, then we can do it, Vivek. How can we write these in the answers? Same by using pen and paper. There is a paper is there, pen is there, blue pen or black pen, writing or so don't feel bad, just Muskan. So how to write? It depends on the question. There is a question actually. We will write the pros and cons. We will analyze and write it. And how to write case studies? I will explain this. Don't worry. Now let us we understand. That's why we say when the class is going on, we'll focus on understanding. We should not study ethics only with the intention of exam. Now, for when the section A question we are discussing, know how to write introduction, body, conclusion. When case studies also, I will explain to you. Don't feel bad. Sometimes we make fun actually, so don't take it personally. Can we get these as solved PDFs? What is a solved PDFs? No need to get actually, so you have to solve yourself, Mustafa. Whatever conclusion we have arrived, it all relative ethics as the capitalism allowing sin industry would not work for 50 years earlier, would the answer be same? Now all these answers are right in the 2024 actually. Now we because we are writing, we are planning to become civil service aspirants in the 2024. No, it is right. Whether it was right in 1950s, will that be right in 2050? We don't know. And now we are thinking as a civil service aspirants. Remember, not as a saint who is sitting in. What is ethics for a saint who is sitting in Himalayas is different. What is ethics for a farmer is different. So now all the concepts that we study, they're not necessarily like my opinion or something. This is what the thought process a civil service aspirant should have about the different things which is happening. How to write this in 250, 150 words? We will explain, Kamal Pal. That is based on the question. We will see the question and answer. Sir, we should continue for profit in the short term, but in the long run, we need to promote green technology. It will help us in attaining the commitment of Paris Summit. See, all this report is actually, again, remember, um, it is you no need to complicate too much also. Now as a private company owner, what do we do? Keeping our stakeholders in the mind. And as I told you, by taking appropriate subsidy, tax and everything, if we can bring the technology, bring it now only. Okay, now the last slide before we take the break. Focus here, friends. So whenever we are involved in ethical dilemmas, that we have all discussed these ethical dilemmas, how to take the right decision. Let's just start with the first example as a part of our discussion. Like one of the example that we have discussed is about flyover example. Now, how to find the answer in this situation? Now, first thing, if I want to take a decision related to this flyover, what is this flyover? I'm working as an executive engineer, junior engineers are there, chief engineer is there. The flyover, there is some deviation from the actual plan, and I feel that it's to be demolished and reconstructed, everything. But chief engineer is saying, no, we will go ahead. What to do in this situation is a question. First thing, in the process of ethical decision making, I should know the facts. I should try to collect as much facts as possible. Like, what is the total cost of the flyover project? From how many days it is working? And what is the total cost? And if you want to demolish and reconstruct, how much cost it may happen? So then why the deviation has happened, first of all? So, and why it is not informed to me? So, try to know as many factual information as possible before you take the decision. That is the first one. Now, I want to take decision. It is not necessary that only I should take. We should know that the more and more we learn, we realize that how little and little we know. We need to speak to the expert and take their advice. See, taking the advice and following blindly, both are different. I listen to their advice actually. And I will also discuss with stakeholder. Now, for example, junior engineers are there. They should have updated me regularly. So why they have not updated and what is their opinion? I can speak to the contractor. I can speak to the other laborers. I can speak to the colleagues. So I can discuss with the concerned people, and the experts' opinion also will be taken. We will get opinion. Are too many opinion confusing? No. Listen to all, whichever matches with your common sense and logic, and follow. After that, come up with some option. Like some of the option can be like one option is go ahead with the chief engineer. First option is go ahead with the, that is also one option. Every option not necessarily right. Second one, take sick leave. Array, this is very tough project. Why I will take a sick leave and somebody else will take the project? I can be happy. See, request your senior officer to transfer you to some other project. Sir, I don't want this flavor project. Please, I will request you, put me in some other project. Anyhow, we have a differences opinion. No, I can't do this because it affects public safety. Please transfer me. Then D, ask for the return order. Like that, you can come up with some option. Like, discussing with them, coming with a different option, like option. Now, identify, and it is actually evaluate this option. Now, what happens if I just go ahead with the as told by chief engineer? What happens if I take the sick leave? What happens if I try request the transfer? What happens if I ask for the return order? We need to evaluate. When we are evaluating, analyze the consequences. What happens if I follow this in the short term, long term? Suppose I take sick leave. In the short term, I no need to worry about the consequences. But in long term, suppose one day this flyover collapsed, I also feel guilty. If I go ahead with the chief engineer, now everything is good. But if something collapses, I also face legal consequences. So in short term, what will happen? In the long term, what will happen? If I follow this, what is the impact on my personal life? How will my family got infected? Organization, society, how all this will be affected? What are the values are required to face this situation? In order to deal, do I need integrity, sympathy, empathy, compassion, impartiality? What core values are required? What are the principles are required? Whether should I follow Gandhiji's talisman, Immanuel Kant categorical imperative, bureaucracy model of Max Weber, or cardinal virtues of Saint Thomas Aquinas? Which loyalties are important? Do I have loyal to be my conscience? Is loyal to my senior officer? Loyal to the organization? Loyal to the country and the people? Which loyalty is important here? And finally, after analyzing, make the decision and implement the decision. Implement and put it aside. No, after 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 6 days, actually when you are doing other things also, evaluate whenever you are free. Was that decision right? How else I could have taken? I'm not worrying. Okay, with this knowledge, if I would have handled the situation in a better way, this point I did not focus that time. I have to be careful. So learn from the experiences and enjoy your life. This is how you can deal with any ethical dilemma that come across. This is a learning how to create 250-word answer, not to bother now. That is my responsibility. I do this. Are we clear with this ethical decision making slide? No. Okay, good. You have understood. Can sick leave or asking for transfer can be seen as a cowardness? Kirti, if this is our final option, if we are taking this as our final decision, then it is a cowardness, correct? But options are not necessarily right. Now you may say, sir, even writing this option is good actually. In fact, this was a previous year question. The year it was asked in the year 2013. If you see the previous year question, these options are given by in the UPSC question paper itself. They asked us evaluate this option and come up with an answer. So options can be wrong, but that right or wrong will you will come to know only after analyzing only. No. So are we clear about this slide? As many of you rightly said, yes, it is actually. So thank you. Now what we'll do, among all these ethical dilemmas, one more ethical dilemma that we face is actually law versus ethics. What is law? What is ethics? That we will understand after 15 minutes of small commercial break. So let's we take a break for 15 minutes and then we'll come back to the discussion. So it's a time, break time. Enjoy the break. So, hi friends. So, welcome to you all for the class of Ethics, Integrity, and Aptitude after the break. So, Muzdaba, sorry, the maybe exact pronunciation wrong. So, yes, Friday is off. We do not have a class on the 26th January on the occasion of Republic Day. So, in this week, tomorrow is the last class, and you have a 3 days holidays, and we'll be meeting on Monday. Total, we have 15 sessions for ethics, and now we are in the fifth session. Now, any doubt before we go ahead? SIAN user says again, sir. So, what is that again? We just told that on the occasion of Republic Day, 26 will be holiday. So, we'll be meeting after the tomorrow. We have a class. Yes, Pooja. From 29, I have first semester exam. How to prepare for the exam with the preparation because the whole year I didn't study. Whole if you here if you don't study, that is only wrong, no Sakshi. So now we don't have option. See somewhere normally for not for UPSC preparation, for your semester exam, talk to some seniors or the teachers, try to find some important questions. Prepare well, spend some time till 29th more. Like as you know, anyhow 26 we don't have classes, maybe weekends you have holidays, study and write it. That is the best you can do for semester exam. This is not applicable for UPSC exam for other aspirants. Vivek wants to know last 2 points. So last 2 points, what is this? As a part of ethical decision making, after all this analysis and everything, make the decision. Okay, out of these four decision, like which decision is right? That is make the decision and implement it. That means follow in your life. Once you have taken decision and everything, you should not forget. Maybe after 5 days, 6 days, and everything, cross check whether that decision was right. If today, if I'm taking the decision, how I could have taken. Every day we are learning, every day we are enlightening actually towards something. So keep learning from the experience. Suppose if I felt that, yes, this dimension I have forgotten, or this I should have done actually something like that, that you apply in the next uh, time when you take ethical decision. That is the last 2 points. Okay, Ravi, we don't give break again. So, hurting someone also against ethics. So Taran wants to know, sir, if you hurt somebody, it is ethics. So it depends upon what kind of hurt you are doing. Why are you hurting them? If with the right intention you are hurting them, then what is the logic? Suppose some people who are mentally disabled them. So when they are uncontrolled, sometimes we give them so-called electric shock that is hurting to them. Then it may not be unethical. So hurting is what? Why are you hurting? What is the purpose? Everything. Sometimes, suppose in an offline class, somebody may be disturbing. We may tell actually, please don't disturb because it affects the other folk, others' concentration. But and again they are disturbing. Then we may see. I don't think as a civil service aspirants you do this actually. Please rethink. This also might hurt them. So then it may not be unethical. So hurt depends on why are you hurting, how are you hurting, and all those contexts. Sakshi is a college student. Okay, so for that, follow the routine pattern. Prepare in the last few days, taking some guide, important questions, practice, and writing. Saturday ethics class will not be there, Divya, but the weekend batch, which those details, I'm not sure, Divya. Learn the topics and write in your own sentences so Sakshi can pass the exam. Suggestion from Lakshmi to Sakshi, so you can consider. Yes, friends, let us we go ahead. So, Taran, emotional torture. So, if you are free or towards the last 10 minutes, give me like what is this emotional torture? Why you are giving? Whom you are planning to give? And why are you planning to give? And all with all those details, I may consider actually whether it is right or wrong. Yes, friends. Let's we come to this example or a concept. Law and ethics. We are discussing an important concept known as law and ethics. Just think in your mind what is law and what is ethics. And is it possible to give any example which is legal but not ethical? Think of any examples which is legal but not ethical. Only this dimension, think about it. According to Lakshmi, tobacco is legal but not ethical. So when we say, remember, now when we say that is it ethical or not, most of the questions in ethics may, do you think it is ethical? They want to know your opinion as a civil service aspirant. As you say, smoking itself is not unethical. Whether you want to smoke is or not is your choice. But if somebody is smoking, that can be their choice. Calling smokers as unethical may not be appropriate. Again, sir, you are promoting this. You may be smoker or alcoholic. No, first thing, I am do not smoke. I do not take alcohol, and that is not even like this is not my opinion. We are trying to tell how a civil service aspirant should think. Okay, note this point, just for clarity. So even many of you are telling that alcohol is an example. No, alcohol is legally right, but ethically not necessarily wrong actually. But if somebody is drinking alcohol and beating the wife, actually that is both legally wrong as well as ethically also wrong. Death sentence in the Indian context, it is actually legally also right, ethically also right, because we give in the rarest of rare cases. Liquor sale, again you have to rethink. Defending a criminal in the court of law, if there is a criminal, and first of all, criminal, whether person is a criminal or not will be decided after the judgment only. So you cannot defend a criminal, because once it is considered as a criminal, then you are not defending that person. So then you I personally know that somebody is a criminal, and then we will make sure that whatever the the right kind of judgment, that will only be delivered, right kind of punishment this person will receive. Other lawyers may argue to give excessive punishment than that is eligible. We can make sure that whatever he or she is eligible to get, only that kind of punishment will get it. Then it may not be unethical. Same sex marriage is both legal as well as same sex relations are ethical as well as legal. Marriage is a debatable issue. Okay, so think about it. Anyhow, I'll give the examples. Now, think of an example which is ethically right but legally wrong. Yes, good, good. If you are answering correct, actually, many of you are polygamy in the certain classes of society is legal but not ethical. Now, once again, we cannot say polygamy is unethical. If both the people who are marrying, actually, if they have a consent, if you are taking care of them, if it is allowed in the law, then it is okay. Why to say it is unethical? It is not necessarily unethical. Misuse of domestic violence case is both actually illegal as well as unethical. Same sex marriages, when we say it's not legal, it is that legal recognition is not given to those couples, yes, and that is a debatable issue. Tax avoidance is legal but unethical. Tax avoidance. So there is something called tax planning is actually that is both legal and unethical. Tax avoidance is all about how are you avoiding, and it depends. Tax evasion is illegal and unethical. If I am following the legal process to save the taxes, then it is both legal and ethical, Vedashri. Sir, can we say that we need not take a side in the answers? We should write plus and minus of every concept with alternatives which have the rationality. Yeah, Rishabh, no, you have to take a final decision. What is that final decision? Like in every question, we have told the final decision, except the reservation case, which is a debatable. Otherwise, for every other question, we have told the final conclusion. After all the ethical dilemma, you should come up with some practical ethical solution. Yes, friends, that's a good thought. Let us we discuss this. Okay, Vaishnav, talking about marital rape. Marital rape is legal but not ethical. Marital rape, we cannot say it is legal. It is not illegal. There is slight difference. I will explain to you. Let us we come back to this. Law and ethics. Listen to me. What is a law? Law is a set of rules and regulations. What is ethics? Set of guidelines. So we have a constitution which was made by the constitutional makers. Based on the constitution, there is a law that is made by the legislatures. Keeping the law in the mind, there are regulations which are made by the regulatory bodies. Keeping the regulations in the mind, the rules are made. So what is a law? Law is a set of rules and regulation. If rules and regulation combined, we'll get a law. Law is something that we must follow. What is ethics? Ethics is the expected behavior. Expected behavior. Law, whether it is written, law is written. Ethics, is it written? Think about it. Now, if there is a punishment for violation, punishment for violation. If we violate the law, will there be a punishment? Answer is yes. If we violate ethics, violation of ethics, will there be a punishment? Okay, now listen to me. Thank you for participating. So, what is a law? A set of rules and regulation that we must follow. What does it mean? Suppose I am traveling in a public transportation. There is a seat which is reserved for the old age people or the senior citizen. There were no senior citizen, so I am sitting in the place that is reserved for senior citizen. Now, after traveling for some time, in the next stop, there are old couple will come and the senior citizen they ask, "Sir, it is our seat. Please vacate." Then whether I like it or not, I have to give this seat to them. That is called I must follow. So what I did, I went there and sit in an unreserved seat actually, which is not reserved for anybody. So I'm sitting there. Now there's a pregnant woman has come. She has no seats and she is actually almost standing in front of me in a tone in such a way that she is expecting me to give the seat. Now what is that? I'm expected to give the seat. So it is a set of guidelines which I'm expected. It may not be written actually. Suppose even if it is not written, I'm expected that I should give the seat to the person who is in more need. That is a set of guidelines. Now whether a law is written, law is written. In there are some constitution, we say unwritten constitution. Even unwritten constitution, laws and constitution are written. They may not be well codified. So if a law to be implemented, it should be written. Now whether ethics is written, it depends upon the source of ethics. Where is ethics? Ethics come from the religion. So many books are written. Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bible, Quran. Ethics come from the thinkers and philosophers. They are written. Well, few may not be written. So answer is may or may not be. If there is a violation of law, will there be a punishment? Yes, if they get caught and there is a punishment. Traffic rule violation, there is a punishment. So some domestic violence, there is a punishment. Now, if there is a violation of ethics, If I violated ethics, will there be a punishment for violation of ethics? Answer is again maybe or may not be. What is that kind of punishment actually? Sometimes, like for example, I'm walking in a road, I saw that two people met with an accident. So normally I'm expected to help, but because of some issues I did not help. I may feel guilt for that. So I may feel or I may not feel also. So it may be or may not be. It depends on the individual. So in if there is a violation of ethics, there may be or may not be a punishment. Sir, but we didn't tell the woman to get pregnant. So why should we give too much to might be tired, right? Okay. See, we didn't tell the pregnant woman to become pregnant, so we don't give the seat. No, that's not appropriate. So we don't tell the old age people to get old. So why we should seat if we are sitting in an unreserved seat? No, these are all the we are expected to give the seat to the people who are in more need. If that person is our sister, or actually we would have given no. We also might be tired, so we have to see. We should give to the seat to the people who are in more need in that context. So taking a revenge is ethical but not legal. See, that is a taking a revenge. Jhansi Rani depends upon what, why are you taking the revenge, on whom you are taking the revenge, how you are taking the revenge. Only then we can say whether something is legal or ethical. He's thinking very okay. The old that is okay. Old age is a natural process. Pregnancy is a choice. Aha. So even though it is by the choice, yes, as a civil service aspirant, we should give the seat and hope others agree. And I think you also agree that. Okay, let's we go further. Okay, homosexual relations, is they legally right? They are legally right. Homosexual relations are legally right. Are they ethically right? See, now when we say ethically right or wrong, and again, because ethics may be subjective, this question, if any question is asked to you, whether do you think it is ethically right or is it ethically right, they want to know your opinion. As a civil service aspirant, definitely it is a right actually. If you have any counter opinion, you can give with arguments. Progressive taxation. What is progressive taxation? The with increase in our income, the percentage of tax that we pay also increases, like in simple, like up to 5 lakh rupees nil, 5 to 10 lakh rupees 10% or 20%, or after 10 lakh rupees 30%. So with increase in the income, the percentage of tax that you pay also increases. That is legally right and ethically also right, because we cannot do opposite. All right, we cannot take more tax from the poor people, no. So that is legally right, ethically right. Sometimes the practice of child labor is a debatable, but the practice of child labor in the hazardous industries like mining, firecracker industries, and everything, who are less than 14-year-old, is legally also wrong, ethically also wrong. And the practice of child marriage is legally wrong and as well as ethically also wrong. Is all of you are agreeing with this? And if you have a differences opinion, you can ask. GST is not ethically right. It is regressive. That is, Mustaba, your opinion. As a, you maybe you need to rethink and what is the best alternative and everything. Only then you can tell. First one, need exploration. No need of any exploration, Chandrasekhar. Homosexual relationships actually, that is natural, and with the there are two either boys or two girls, whether they have a consent, they both have an adult actually, then they can enter into the relationship. It is ethical. Child labor is totally wrong. So that's why we no, not actually. For example, if somebody imagine a 10-year-old boy is there, his parents are not much educated, or suppose actually uh, this 10-year-old boy, his mother he lost his mother due to some accident. His father is addicted to alcohol. rather than begging. Going to some work and doing job and then going to school is correct. Okay, so child labor in generally may debatable, and so it is not, but child practice of child labor against the wish of the person, again the hazardous industries, that is all debatable. In fact, I started earning the money when I'm 12-year-old, actually, when I'm studying the 7th class. So as long as you're not compromising with the studies, the child labor may be correct in that context. Sir, how homosexual relationships are ethical? So, Shargun, if you have, why do you think it is unethical? Homosexual relation, why it is ethical? There are two people who are adult, they belong to same gender, sex actually, and they want to be together. What is wrong in that? Why don't you think it is unethical? Why do you think it is unethical? If you have an argument for unethical, you can give it. Progressive taxation may lead to the people to think that why do we earn more if we eventually we have to give more to the government. But government is providing so much of infrastructure, like, if I want, suppose I'm coming to a, I'm working in an MNC company and earning so much of money, but in order to help me, that government is creating roadways, railways, waterways, airways, somewhere electricity is produced, that the government will make sure that it is coming to my home. Somewhere water is there, they will make sure that it come to my home, then I should give back. It is not some charity that I'm doing. I'm paying for all the facilities government is doing. They will make sure that law and order is maintained. In normally without nature, if I have resources, anybody may come and attack or take away my resources. Government is doing that. That's why we have to pay. Yeah, part-time labor is okay. If polygamy is illegal in Assam, is it ethical? See, polygamy, first thing, legal or illegal, that depends on the state. Ethical or not, it depends. For example, if first of all, if it has to be ethical, first in this case, polygamy, first it should be legal. And if it is allowed, and like three people, two women and one man, they are marrying actually. Then if those two women have a consent, if this person is taking care of both of them and both of them are happy, then it may be right. We cannot say it is unethical. So Chandrasekhar, yeah, first one, how it is ethically correct? Why it is wrong? I am saying again, homosexual relationship. Many of you feel it is unethical. Tell me one reason why it is unethical. Living relationships are legal but not ethical. So it can be ethical also, Kirti. Why do you think living relationships are unethical? No. Vedashri, there was a requirement, so there was a, that's why I started. Rather than they may live long as friends only. And why homosexual relation? Why do you want them to live as friends? They want to live, they want to live as intimate partners, let them live. No, why do you want to restrict their relationship? If they are 18 and both have a consent, how they want to live is their choice. Why do we tell, okay, you just be friends, why to involve in a sexual relationship? That is their consent. How child marriage is ethical? Saraswati, I told ethically wrong. Child marriage is E into. E I have written and this cross mark means ethically wrong. L is into means illegally wrong. This is legally right, ethically right. So child marriage is both legally wrong as well as ethically wrong. Okay, Saraswati ji. Polyandry, polygyny, everything actually, it depends on the situation. We cannot say ethical or unethical in general. As long as those people who are involved, they have a consent and they are happy, it is fine. Is ethical is a ಮಾನವೀಯತೆಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ. ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದು ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಾನವೀಯತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇನೆ. ಯಾವುದು ಸರಿ ಯಾವುದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ. Extramarital affairs ethically correct or not? In generally it is wrong, but we can say only case by case basis. Men identifying as women participating in the women's sports is ethical or not? Men identifying as women. that depends upon the sports rules. Why homosexual relationships are considered as unnatural? No, it is actually, there were debates actually, but it is natural. Whatever you feel naturally, that is a natural. Muskan, I spoke Kannada, just a one or two sentences. Sir, I back Kirti. Live-in relationships render the people usually feeling used, and when the relationships do not work, one has to backing from the society. One has no backing from the society. Okay, so that is a choice that 18-year-old people are making. So that is their choice. So we cannot say it is wrong. Let's we go to the next one. Too much of debates. And it's okay to have debates, and that's how the ethics is a subject. Considering the rising trend of open marriage, now extramarital affairs can be considered ethically right in some cases. So that's why it is a case by case basis. Sarita, that we'll discuss later. I just said it in the flow. Um, Extra penalties for bank, is it ethical but legal? So it depends on what penalty, why they are imposing the penalty, and how they are collecting the penalty and everything. Let's go back to this 1882 Salt Act. So this 1882 Salt Act, what they've done, the Britishers government has a monopoly in the manufacture sale of the salt. Britishers have come from different country to India, while the resources to manufacture or produce salt was available in India, but they told the Indians that though it is available in India, you should not produce the salt. We will produce, you have to buy from us after paying the huge money. So this 1882 Salt Act was legally correct because that was the law of the land, but it is ethically wrong because you are going to a different country and the resource something available there, but you are telling them not to produce it. Now, against this act in 1930, there was a salt march, civil disobedience movement. So, where Gandhiji declared his, decision to break the salt law, though there was this law that is telling the people not to manufacture, he along with his team went there, and they did manufacture, produce the salt. This act is against the law of the land. Was that time, so it is legally wrong, but ethically it is correct. As anybody has a different opinion with respect to this? Chandrasekhar says, sir, is polygamy and polyandry both are legal? In some section of society, the polygamy is allowed, marrying more than one society. In some religion, in some tribal communities, it is allowed. Okay. Now, whether it is ethical or not, it depends on the situation. Generally we cannot say it is ethical or unethical. It depends upon why the another person is marrying. What about the first person whom he or she is married? Are they okay with that? Are they separated? What is that context? Then only we can tell ethicality of it. Okay, Chandrasekhar. Is polygamy unlawful? No, in some communities, like in the Islam, in the people who follow the Islam, a man can marry more than one person with the consent of first wife as long as he is physically and financially fit. Polyandry may be allowed only in some tribal communities. I am not sure. Sir, first point again. Amit, where were you when we explained this? Okay, no problem. If you do not understand that, as the statement says, in 1882, government of the India at that time, the British government has come up with an act which said that Indians should not manufacture the salt. It was available in India, and you are telling them not to produce. That is legally correct because it was a law, but ethically, if we speak, it is a wrong. So, and the opposite, Gandhiji broke the salt law. It is legally wrong, but ethically right. Now, please observe this image. Now, what is this actually that you have seen? It is about not helping the accident victims. Not helping accident victims in generally. So now, according to this report, around 88% of the people do not assist the people who met with an accident. One is because of apathy, that is no care or concern for them. Second one, they fear of legal consequences. If we take these people to the hospital, then police will ask so many questions. We might have to go to police station. We might have to go to court. It disturbs our life. That is why we should not help them. So because of this reason, if they are not helping actually those people who met with an accident, that is not illegal. It is not illegal, but unethical. It is actually but unethical. But unethical. I hope we are in the same line. We are on the same line, and you are agreeing with this. Now, if this is generally it is true, and because of this, no care actually, or it is proved that if in the within the first 1 hour, these accidents can victims can reach the hospital, which is called as a golden hour. There is a high chances that they will recover, but they are not doing because of the people's negligence. But imagine now it is a you are traveling in a car along with your family members. So one or two, there is a still it's a a bigger version of the car, six-seater, and there are two, three seats still vacant is there. Now you are it is at 12 midnight, around 12 in the midnight. You are traveling in an highway. Okay, so 12 midnight. And then you saw that actually a pregnant woman and her husband they're stopping the vehicle and they're requesting us, sir, she's getting the pain. Please allow us inside the car and drop us to the nearest hospital. So now what will you do? Midnight, well, it's a highway, very few people are roaming there actually, and there is a pregnant woman has come to this middle of the road, and she has a husband with her, and she's unable to move, and she's requesting you to get down and take give her a permission to get inside. What will you do? So there are two seats are vacant are there, you along with two of your family members are there, Ravi. I will observe them correctly and allow what color they are in, and what age they may be. Normally, when we observe, we may get these informations only. So many of you are telling that actually we need to help her, we'll allow the seat. But imagine, we don't know, as many of you also rightly pointed out, we don't know whether that may be a drama. In the middle of the highway they have come actually, and suppose if we get down to help them or allow the seat to them, there may be another 10 people who are standing beside that. They may come attack on us, our family members, and loot whatever we have. Possibilities of there like this, hundreds of incidents happen. So if in the morning and all, if many people are there, the situation is different. Now again in the night actually, whether all boys are there or girls are there, women, actually so many consideration. In generally in these cases, we may go ahead actually call the police and inform them, call the ambulance if it is required and help them. And if you inform the nearest police station, they will also may take care of it. Yes, it is true that if that is a genuine case, we might not be able to help, but we don't know, it may be a fake case. It is also threat to our personal life also. And also it depends upon who are you, do you have any weapons with you and all. Actually, you are a government official or a common person, so all that we need to take a decision. So this is generally suppose early in the in the midday when the sunlight is clear, there are many other people are roaming, but I'm not helping actually, then it is not illegal but unethical. But every situation should be analyzed in depth to know whether it's right or wrong. Yes, I'll call the ambulance, that's a right. Even if she's really pregnant, who knows, they are planning something. Yes, it may be Namrata, you are right. What if she is wearing heels? Then there is a possibility that they are fake. Okay, Sri Lakshmi says if pregnant woman is wearing heels, then it is a fake, it seems. Normal slipper, then it is a real. Definitely, we want to help her and also afraid of scam. That is the issue. So we can only call the police. Namrata, we are three people, but there may be 10 people outside. Their only husband and wife is there. We may tackle, but there may be 10 people who are standing beside. The moment we get down, their group might come. Night 10 o'clock. So, according to Vedasri, Sri Lakshmi should join the Ra for her observation. Hmm. Okay, let's we go further. Now, what is your answer for this question? Do we have to follow the law of the land always? Here we refers to the civil service, civil servants. So this can be also, as a part of your question, you may have to answer this. If we have to survive, then we should. Okay, what is if there is any question like this, actually, what should be your answer? Think about this. It is not that again you whatever we say, you should not necessary that you blindly agree. But whatever I say, it matches with your common sense and logic, then you can agree also. So answer is yes, we have to. Yes, we have to. Always the word is it, but still our answer is yes, we have to. But when we are implementing the law of the land, we have to know the letter and the spirit of the law. The spirit is the intention. Sometimes the letter may be violated. Sometimes the letters may be violated, actually, that we may not follow, but we need to uphold the spirit. The intention behind the law of the land we need to uphold. And whenever we take the decision, we have to know the law of the land, not only in the letter but also in the spirit. We should analyze the consequences and should take the decision. We should not follow the mechanically. We should not follow any law because it is mentioned mechanically. We should, as a civil service aspirant, as a higher authorities, you should know why this rule is created, and you should be able to analyze the consequences. You should not follow the law of the land mechanically. You should be able to analyze the consequences. Sometimes, again, you should not say letter should be violated or will be violated. Sometimes it may be violated letter, but we need to uphold the spirit. So this can be the some key points that you have to remember when you are answering this question. Yes, we need to protect, because if we protect the law, law will protect us. Like dharmo rakshati rakshitah, this is kanuno rakshati rakshitah. Are we clear with this? Hope you are agreeing. If there are no comments, then let us we go ahead. Nyayo rakshati rakshitah. Correct. Do we have to follow the law even after the threat to our life? So Kirti wants to know, even if there is a threat to our life. If there is a threat to our life, we should protect ourselves. As a public servants, or even generally also, we have right to get protection. We need to protect ourselves and then follow the law of the land in generally. But if you can give me a particular situation, I can give you more details what we could have done actually. We must follow the law of the land, but there would be a times where we go against it. No, as we Namrata, as we said, we are not actually going against the law. That again, you should, rather than writing, we should go against the law. We only write letter and spirit, and sometimes we may go against the letters. That was important. See, Rutika, in all the two example, the first example I told you, we are at a check border. Their only clear rule is actually it is mentioning that you should not allow, but I allowed and sent them to quarantine. It is violating the letters of the law. That is an example for violation of the letters of the law. In the second example, I told you, though it is 24, I allowed 26 people in a bus. That is a violation of the letter of the law, like this. Can we violate a law? That is the answer. What if we are trying to maintain a peace and order during the protest and we only got hurt? So if we are getting hurt, actually first we need to come back, protect ourselves, and then continue to do our duty. Yes, we may get hurt. You should, before you go inside this protest place and all, you should know what is the possibility of this actually, this becoming violence, how much protection is required. We all should analyze. There is a bureaucratic memory is there. They will all guide us and help us. Yes, we need to protect us, and then we should go on. Yes, friends. Let us we go here. Violation of the letters but upholding the spirit. Can you give another example? I have given you those two examples. No, is it not sufficient? Violation of the letters actually. Now I'll give you one more example. There was an office, because you want to know another example. I'm have okay. I will give you. There was an officer called as Amrapali. There is an officer now. Also, she is there. She is an IAS officer from Telangana cadre. Now, what happened? According to the rules, the we need, there was some funds which is allocated for the urban development. As a part of this urban development, like let us we consider some IAS officer actually, if not the specific details generally. So urban development funds are there. If there was some funds allocated for making these urban areas look beautiful, there are some walls we need to identify and make them paint. Normally, what do? We call the tender, whichever the painter who says that actually with less money we'll do more painting and all, we would have allocated the tender. That work will be done. This is the rules actually. We should call the tender and give it to them. But she thought to do something different. What she thought actually, she has through the social media, she invited the people who have the painting as hobby. Painting as hobby. Painting as hobby. So there are some youth who have this hobby. They like to do this painting, and there's some instructions are given which walls to be selected, what kind of painting have to be done, and everything. So youth of that area, they got an opportunity to paint whatever they like actually, or their painting on the walls. They are happy. They are able to put their signatures also and everything. So they felt happy. And those who have a hobby, so if you give them salary remuneration, it is not good. So what an IAS officer is, then suppose she booked a theater, and that time Bahubali movie was released. Actually, movie was releasing, and along with these people who have participated, like 100 plus, actually, she has watched the movie Bahubali along with them. In that way, it is of expressing the gratitude to them. Now, is it a violation of the letters? Yes, it is a violation of letters. Whenever you violate a law of the land, it is actually called as law of the land, both in letter or in the spirit. In a letter, again, it is called as a mistake. But mistakes are of two types. There is something called as bona fide mistake. Another is called as modified mistake. Here she violated the rules. What is it? Normally we should have given the tender to the person and that person would have painted. But she has called the enthusiasts and who have the hobby of painting, so that they feel proud and they do with much more effort and everything. So, but rather than giving as a salary, that fund, whatever allocated with government fund only, like she booked a theater and they watched the movie and they felt happy. It is a mistake. Is it a mistake? Yes, it is a mistake. But this in actually was done in the public interest. It is a part of innovative administration. The small decisions also interest. So it is done in the public interest. Then it is called as bona fide mistake. But rather than giving that through the tender process, suppose I have a brother and I just given the contract to that person and all. This is a mistake, but it is for my selfish interest. That is selfish interest. If I do this actually, then it is called as a modified mistakes. Modified mistakes are wrong. But mistakes that is violation of the letters of the law in the public interest, it is called as bona fide mistake. But people may file a complaint against you. Somebody like, why have you done this? Why have you booked? Why have you chosen Bahubali movie only? You should go and give explanation. You should be able to justify it. Then it is okay. Okay, Rutika, did you get the answer? Yes, she is in Telangana. Okay, let's we go ahead, friends. See, now listen to me. I'm going to read this case study. Please understand this case study well. Okay, before I, also, okay, I'll read this. Now, please follow me. Follow me through this. Suppose you are the CEO of a company that manufactures specialized electronic equipment used by a government department. You have submitted your bid for the supply of this equipment to the department. Both the quality and the cost of your offer are better than those of your competitors. Yet, the concerned officer is demanding a hefty bribe for approving the tender. Getting the order is important both for you and your company. Not getting the order would mean closing down a production line. It may also affect your own career. However, as a value conscious person, you do not want to give the bribe. This is one of the previous year question situation. Now, listen to me. What is this? Who am I in this case study? I am a CEO of a private company. What do? We manufacture some electronic equipment in generally used by government department. Now the government has called a tender that government also buys the goods from the people, which is called procurement. As a part of that, so we are planning to buy this electronic equipment. Whoever is interested who matches with this criteria, you can apply for a tender. And as a CEO, even I have applied. The concerned government official calls me and informs me that, sir, your products are good, the price at which you are offering is also good, you are eligible to get this tender, but I don't give this tender easily. If I want to give this tender, you have to pay me the huge amount of bribe. Now, as a CEO, I can give bribe, compromise with the quality, still can make the profit. But the issue is, as a value conscious person, I don't want to give the bribe. When my products are good, why should I pay the bribe? But if I don't pay the bribe, I may not get tender. There are other people who may get the tender. It affects my career. My employees also will suffer. Hope you understood the situation. Keeping this situation in the mind, there are some questions asked. Now, this statement you have to understand on your own. Take 3 minutes. Plan what is your answer. This is one of the previous year question where you needed to answer in 250 words, and this is for 20 marks. Now, please focus only on this question for the next few minutes. Again, I'm opening it for the public because so that you can observe other comments also only for this question for some time. So please answer this, actually answer only related to this question. What is the exact demand of the question and how do you proceed? How do you deal with this? Please observe. After a few minutes, we'll discuss the answer. Come up with your own answer, then observe what your friends are saying. Receipt for the bribe he paid. Do you think that government official will pay the receipt to you that I have taken the bribe? Think I will answer. If I don't give, but officer may give it to the other person. Okay, first all other thing, then we will discuss. Good points. Go ahead. Think your own answer and see how your friends are thinking. Good answers. Go ahead. Last 1 minute. Good, good. Last 30 seconds. Okay, friends, that's good. Now, please stop writing. Listen to my explanation. If there is any doubts, I will be happy to take that case. Okay. Now, for the convenience of student, we are making the chat only private. Now, you no need to actually, you can post something that will be seen only to us. Okay. Now, please listen to me. Okay. Please listen to me. Now, some of you are actually are also asking the question, sir, how to write the answers and all. All you will get the solution here. Now, please listen to me completely. You should have an entire focus only on this for next few minutes. After that, any doubt that you have, we are happy to answer. Now, how to approach this question? First, we need to write introduction to this case study. We need to write introduction to this case study. Some points we need to write. What is introduction? I will tell you. After writing the introduction, what should I write actually? That is depends on the question. There is no fixed pattern. Now, what this question says, valid arguments can be advanced for giving the bribe and getting the order, refusing to pay the bribe and risking the loss of order. That is part of question. What is the first question? What those arguments could be? What arguments they are only giving? There is an argument for giving the bribe. There is an argument for refusing to pay the bribe. Now, what should I do? I have to write arguments why it is okay to give the bribe. We'll write a side heading. Arguments for giving the bribe and getting the order. We should write side heading and then write some arguments. Write some arguments. Then I have to write the side heading B. Then I will be writing arguments for not giving the bribe. I'll write. So, and then what is they're asking is there is any better way to get out of this dilemma? If so, outline the main elements of this actually there. So now we can write course of action or better way. The question is saying better way. That is only we can write better way to get out of this dilemma. And then we should write what actually literally you should not write what is that better way you should explain, and what are the merits of this or why this is appropriate actually option compared to the other option. This is called as a structure of the answer. You will write introduction and argument for taking the bribe, argument for not taking the bribe, and then better way. What is that? Everything, all of this you have to write within 14 minutes in the examination, and within the 250 words you have to write. Now, the first question will come to us actually, what is introduction? Normally, when we are writing the introduction, we need to observe these points actually. So we need to focus on four issues. Now, what is the value? What is the topic? What is ethical dilemma? What is stakeholder? Now, who is the person who has to take decision? That is CEO of a company. Now, as a CEO of company, which quality is required to deal with the situation? I need to think. First, see, I want to take a bribe. I want to take the contract. I have applied properly, and I'm a value conscious person. But this person is asking the bribe actually. I don't want to give the bribe, but I have to get the tender. I should not miss the tender also, because tender is important. In order to face all of this, I need something called as moral courage. What is that? So you should think, what is that value that is required? So answer is moral courage. Those who are attending from day one, you can see how the concepts from day one all we are applying. You have to observe here. Now, how to write this? You start with this, the first sentence. The above situation is a test of my moral courage in the role of CEO of a private company. Moral courage is the courage which is required to take the right decision in spite of adverse consequences that we have discussed in the previous classes. This is first part. You can also simply write value required hyphen moral courage. That is also fine. Now, sometimes if not value, you can also identify which topic is all about this. Actually, this is a topic about corruption, like bribe is involved. No. So you can also write corruption. Now, how to write this actually? So the above situation highlight the prevalence of corruption in our society. The public officials have to be role model. Public officials have to be role model. It is very unfortunate that some public officials are only involved in the corruption. Public officials have to be role model. It is very unfortunate that above officer is itself involved, or some officials who are involved in corruption. This is called topic. If you have doubt, keep it. After the end, I will take all the doubt. Now, because question is asking dilemma, there can be an ethical dilemma. There are two options: giving the bribe, getting the order; not giving the bribe and losing the order. Now, giving the bribe and getting the order may be right from when I think from the organizational perspective. So, whether should I focus on organization's interest? That is one. But not giving bribe like a value conscious person. That is personal ethics. Personal ethics. If you remember from the day one, all these terms are being used now. So here you can write ethical dilemma is equal to organizational interest versus personal ethics. That is also correct. If I want to write in sentence, in the above situation, I am facing ethical dilemma whether to focus on organizational interest or personal ethics. Or I can also write giving the bribe, compromising with quality, making the profit. This is called economical values. Economical values. But not giving the bribe, fighting against the corruption, this is all called ethical values. In the above case, I am having a dilemma whether to give priority to the economical values or ethical values. This can be your introduction. Now, stakeholders. Stakeholders means the important people who will be affected by the decision are important in this situation. Now, if I go here, who are the stakeholder? CEO of a company, that is a stakeholder, and the concerned officer who is demanding the bribe is a second stakeholder. Now, how to write actually? Stakeholder side heading, one by one I can write actually. One like officer. I'll first, if I am there, let me write actually myself. If I am there, I can also write my name only first. So first one, myself as a CEO of the company. Myself as a CEO of the company. You can write. Then government officer. You can also write who is demanding the bribe. Though these two are specifically mentioned, there may be sometimes who are not directly mentioned. For example, whatever the decision I take, my employees will be affected. So they are also stakeholder, employees of my organization. One more important stakeholder, whatever I do, another people who are get impacted is my competitors, other people who are competing for the tenders. So competitors. This is called introduction. Now, sir, do we have to write all the four in the introduction? Not compulsory. Can we write all the four? Yes, you can write. Sir, how to decide whether write to all the four or only few? Finally, you have to write 250 words. 14 minutes are there. You have to see how much content I have in the body of the answer. We have given you scope or what all the things that you can write. It is up to you how you decide it actually. This is called introduction. Now, if you have doubt, again, keep it. So after this is introduction. Hope this is clear. Now, after that, we need to write arguments for giving the bribe. We will be sharing these slides with you. This is there in your material. The first one is side heading. Arguments for giving the bribe and getting the order. First side heading. In that, you have to write in complete sentences some keyword. See, it is a matter of survival of the company. If I do not get this order, my company may close down. That is why I have to give the bribe. Second one, there are shareholders who are invested in our company. We have a responsibility to make sure that they are getting the profits. So we should show respect to the shareholders. That is why we can give the bribe. If I don't give the bribe, other people who are ready to take the bribe, tender, they may get benefit. Rather than that, it is okay that if I give the bribe. Here we need to write arguments for giving the bribe and not giving the bribe also. That's why we have written the arguments for giving the bribe. So now, not giving the bribe, though I have to write arguments for both, it is usually you have to write less arguments for giving the bribe and you have to write more arguments for not giving the bribe. More arguments for not giving the bribe. Now, listen to this. Next side heading is arguments for refuse to pay the bribe and risking the loss of the order. First one I'm doing actually, right? This is the argument why I should not give the bribe. Taking the bribe and giving both are legally wrong. According to the recent Prevention of Corruption Act that we are having, the officer who is taking the bribe is punishable offense. But not only him, the person who is giving the bribe can also be punished. So why argument? Why I am not giving? Because it is legally wrong. Second, this person is not asking little amount, hefty bribe. Bhari mottದ ಹಣ, a huge sum of money he is asking. If I give, I may compromise with quality of the products that I'm producing. Then we may do the work, but in fact that is really it is not working. The people payers money is being wasted. It is ultimately burden on the people only. That is why we should not pay the bribe. All these statements are given in the question and we are elaborating. And this point is given. As a value conscious person, one who give priority to the value, if I give the bribe and get the tender, I do face crisis of conscience. That is why I should not pay the bribe. We'll write in a sentence as that's all. As a value conscious person, if I give the bribe and get the order, I do face crisis of conscience. That's all. Now, three things. This is a quote of Gautama Buddha. There are three things which cannot be long hidden: sun, moon, and the truth. In the same way, if this issue exposed in the future that I got the tender by paying the money, corruption, bribe or something, my company will be blacklisted. Then also I will suffer. My employees also will suffer. That is why this should not be done. As rightly said by Mahatma Gandhi, means is as important as end. End is getting the tender, but how do we get is also important. So we should not always find a shortcut to the success. That is why I should not pay the bribe. If you are observing day one, sir, why how we are learning means, we are learning end, we are learning conscience. Where to use it, sir? You have opportunity to use it here. This is called application of the knowledge that we have. Okay. Then now who am I? I am a CEO of a company who is a knowledgeable in a powerful position. That's a greater power. If somebody who is not so much educated, poor, we don't know how to deal with government official, if they are paying the bribe, that is wrong, but not as wrong as the CEO paying. Now, with greater power comes greater responsibility. We should fight against the system or we should fight against the corruption. We should not just succumb to the pressures. So these are all the arguments that you can use it actually to tell that why it is not okay. If you remember thinkers and philosophers, you can give so many arguments. According to Immanuel Kant categorical imperative, we need to take a decision in such a way that we become role model to others. But by paying the bribe, I cannot become a role model. That is why I should not do this. According to Saint Thomas Aquinas, cardinal virtues, I should have a prudence, and anybody with wisdom who do not give the bribe, you can add it. But for us, it is enough. Now here, so we have written argument for giving the bribe. We have written argument for not giving the bribe. Now we need to write course of action. What is a course of action? Answer is very simple here. One of the best option in this case, see, many of the states actually at the state level, they have something called ACB, Anti-corruption bureaus will be there. As a citizen, if somebody is forcing us, actually, we can take the help of ACB. Normally, ACB also need facts and evidences, so they will guide you. For example, how to get hidden cameras and everything, what are the currency that you can carry and everything. Now, with the help of them, suppose I can carry hidden camera and everything. You might have seen some ACB caught red-handed this person or something. So we can tell them. So government official is asking, suppose 25 lakh rupees. Then I say, I have camera and everything. So, sir, please, you are asking 25 lakh rupees. This is too much, sir. Please make it 20 lakh rupees. Then I say, no, no, man, I can't. This is fixed or something. Then it will be recorded. That is, one is taking the help of ACB. If you write, that is the right answer. Or you can also write, I will meet the officer directly and try to persuade, convince the officer why he should not take the bribe. But they may not listen, and then we'll go to the higher authority. Or if higher authority is also not listening, GRM, grievance redressal mechanisms will be there actually. That is a complaint handling system. I will go there and get the justice. Or because I'm a private company CEO, suppose if I can collect the facts and evidences on my own, I collect the facts and evidences, some actually facts and evidences related to this on my own, and I can go to media also. Any one of this you can write it. Can you write all the four? You can also write it, but it is advisable to choose one that you feel appropriate. But because in the initial stage, you can think either if you write ACB also correct, higher authority GRM is correct. In this case, going to the media is also correct. Now, after writing this, towards the conclusion, you will write explanation. Yes, all of this may take some time, but it is good in the long term. Bringing the positive changes in the society is not so easy. We should be ready to face adverse consequences. Giving the bribe encourages the corruption. I should not be a part of the cycle which encourages the corruption. If possible, I should try to break the cycle of corruption and be a role model to the others, as rightly suggested by Immanuel Kant in his categorical imperative. This can be your conclusion. Now ask me, have you convinced? Can we write 250 words? Any doubts that you are having, you can ask related to this question. Sir, please tell the value again. Now, what is value? That means the quality that is required to face the situation. In this context, it is in moral courage. We'll discuss many other case study. So if you remember on the day when we have discussed moral courage, so I will write, the above situation is a test of my moral courage in the role of CEO of a private company. Moral courage is the courage or the mental strength which is required to take the right decision in spite of adverse consequences. Sir, it's essential to consult the legal professional before taking any action to understand the potential risk and consequences. This is a challenging situation, but maintaining ethical conduct is crucial for long term success and reputation. Yes, Vivekji, you are right. As we discussed, when you are in an ethical dilemma, suppose as a CEO, if I need some opinion of legal experts, how to deal, we can always consult. That also one option you can include in the course of action. Thank you, Sayed. Can write, sir, actually, Anurag. Hope you can write it, no doubt. Sir, stakeholder point is not clear. Can you please repeat? Stakeholder means, see, whenever I'm writing the answer, I should normally, in generally in my life, when we take the, in our life, when we take the decision, we should see who will be affected by our decision. That we, so in order to tell the evaluator that I am also thinking about the stakeholder, we have to write stakeholder who are all involved in the case study. In this particular situation, who are involved? I am involved as a CEO, government official is involved because we both are there. Then whatever I decision take, whether I take the bribe, give the bribe or not, my employees will be affected, and what I do will have an impact on competitors. These are the four people who are impacted by decision. They are called as the stakeholders. Deep Shika, no doubt, sir. It is clear. Yes, Vedashri. It's all about practices. Officially, the class is actually again the general topics are over, but I'll be there for a few more minutes. If you have any doubts or issues concern, we'll be discussing. If somebody is in hurry and they want to leave, only then you can leave. But if other questions also you feel beneficial, you can have, you can stay, and you can ask any question related to ethics now. Sir, what is ACB? ACBs are the organizations at the state level, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Anti-ANTI Corruption Bureau. So these are the organizations which are there, as the name says, to reduce the corruptions in the government organizations. Clear. No doubt, sir. You explained so well. Okay. Structure slide, please. Okay, we'll go to structure slide. Yes, this is the structure slide. Can we start into with a small story? Case study itself is a story, and you have only 250 words and so many things to write. That is why in case studies or in even ethics paper we cannot write, but in essay you may write the story, madam. Good night, Karthik. Yeah, general questions if somebody want to see. Yes, made it public, Amit. Now because no distraction, you can ask. Sir, why it is called as a red-handed? So normally, when suppose I am murdering, actually, like I am killing and all. So what happens? There will be a blood stains will be there in my actually. So if somebody can see me, that is a very clear evidences that I only murdered. It is when we caught somebody at the time of crime is being committed. We call red-handed. That means when I'm killing that person, it still my hand is actually full of this blood and all. That is why it is called. Sir, can you explain the conclusion what to write? Conclusion is only the explanation, Rutika. As I told you, we'll write course of action. Then towards the conclusion only, the last paragraph, what do we write is only conclusion as well as the explanation to this. All of these actions may take some time, but it is good in the long term. Bringing the positive changes in the society is not easy. We have to ready to face negative consequences. Giving the bribe encourages the cycle of corruption. I should not be a part of this cycle which encourages corruption. Rather, I should try to break the cycle and become a role model to others, as rightly suggested by Immanuel Kant in his concept of categorical imperative. This can be your concluding paragraph. The word value, topic, ethical dilemma, stakeholder should be written or not. You can write Yashi. If you are writing in the side heading format, you can write it. If you are writing in a paragraph, that will be a part of the answer. Both are right. If somebody see in this slide, you want to write value required to face the situation, moral courage. Our topic corruption is not required. This can be written in the introduction. Ethical dilemma side heading you can write. Stakeholder side heading you can write it. Can we skip the first argument, sir? You have to write some argument. You have to like here you cannot tell I will not write any arguments for giving the bribe. Then you may skip, but you do not get the full marks. You have to write some argument. But you want to replace the with some other beautiful argument, that is allowed, but you should write arguments for paying the bribe. Sir, should we follow this structure for ethics case study answer writing? Yes, Rutika ji, that's why we are discussing. And this introduction is generally same, but the body of the answer may change as per the demand of the question. When we discuss more case studies, you will understand. Sir, in some cases I heard information from my friends, even ACB also taking the bribe. As a civil service aspirant, we believe in the legal institution. That's why even if ACB is also not working, then we go to the judiciary. If judiciary also not working, then we go to the media. Savi woke up now and sir, please repeat. Which point to be repeated, Savi? So, Kamalapal, as I told you, can we start with a small story? No, case studies you cannot. It is not advisable to start. Yes, thank you, Sakshi. Any other doubts? Please share only the doubts. Sir, you know Hindi. I can understand Hindi, बात करने में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है, समझ तो हो सकता है। बात करने में थोड़ा ग्रामर मिस्टेक वो सब भी हो जाता है। हिंदी मूवीज देख के थोड़ा समझ तो हो जाता है। The conclusion that you spoke, this is the conclusion, Savi. See, it is there here, no? This is the conclusion. As I told, whatever I said is here with some changes. How to avoid toxic people? So who are toxic people, whether they are in your home or outside the home? If it is outside the home, you can just stop them, you can block them, you don't talk to them actually. But if it is inside, we have to stay with them but not get affected by them. There may be, like, it is like you are traveling in a ship actually, or a boat. There is a water outside. As long as water is outside, it is not a problem. All you have to make sure that water is not entering inside the boat. So if toxic people are there, they maybe give negative comments, inferior, making me criticize everything. They may do that, but you should not affected. When I do have a clarity about who am I should make sure that I will not get affected by their toxicity. If they are at home, if they are outside, please maintain a distance. Can we attach some examples in the answer in conclusion? For this question in 250 word, already we have so much of content, man. If you feel, if you write, it is not a wrong, but can you do within 250 words and 14 minutes? That is a challenge, Amit. Taran, that I'll explain in the last day. Thank you, Chandrasekhar. Thank you, Simran, Akshita. Sir, in corruption or the bribe cases, currency notes are coated with invisible powder and official caught them and dip their hands, it becomes red. So that it is called as red-handed. I'll recheck this data. Is it the reason why it is called as a red-handed? That I'll check, Jansi Rani. Thank you for enlightening. There is a change in my life after attending your classes. That is a purpose. Even if 0.01% change in our thought process, then UPSC was successful, and we are also was able to create, then it is super. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Samiksha जी. व्हाट्सअप कम यूज करती हूँ क्योंकि उस पर ज्यादा डिस्ट्रैक्शन होता है. Shubhratri, thank you. I was losing interest in studies due to my hectic life. Again, I'm finding the interest. That's good, Rishabh. Sir, how much time to study ethics for daily 2024? It is not again for subject. For now, when the classes are going on, please spend 30 minutes on this. Actually, 30 minutes on this. That's all, minimum. And finally, you should make notes and all. And the 15th day, after the 15th session, we'll tell you in detail what else to do. As you said, ethics, language, minosis, is that something you have written, Amit? It went. Last few seconds, any other doubts you have, you can answer. Otherwise, as always, we are happy to meet you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a class. Some students want to know, sir, what is GRM? GRM is grievances redressal mechanism. Tomorrow we have class. Tomorrow is not 26th. Actually, we have holiday only on the 26th January. That is on Friday. So Thursday we have a class. Sir, I've tried to write the answer, but they're not written very well. Don't worry. Practice well, Samiksha. Send it to our team. They will evaluate. WhatsApp से क्या distraction होता है? Some people, okay, in generally, I'm not telling to any particular. If you want to get distraction, we can get from anywhere. If you want to get focus, even going to a pub, you can study the GS, general studies, in a pub club also, if you want to study that. That is possible. Okay, friends. So these are all the discussion for today. Hope that today's discussion was beneficial for you. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll meet tomorrow with much more information. Thank you. Good night. Bye bye.
बंद कर रहा हूँ अभी।
अच्छा अच्छा, स्ट्रेंथ था ना।